Hello, I'm Sam from Shots On. Welcome to the LudoSport Manchester and Liverpool. This might be the first time that you've seen LudoSport performed live, but don't worry, we're going to have experts with me all day in the commentary booth to make sure that all your questions are answered. But here's a quick rundown. LudoSport is a mixed-gendered, lightsaber-inspired sport focused on respect, making contact on specific areas of their opponent. There are two types of hits: a non-mortal hit known as an E, or a mortal hit known as an R. Players call out hits on themselves, maintaining an honor system. If a non-mortal hit has been made, the player who has been struck must lower their guard and give their opponent an opportunity to score a mortal hit, an R. A round ends when a mortal hit is scored and the attacker earns a point. Matches are best out of 3 or until a 90-second is reached. The time limit is removed in later stages of the tournament. Style and form are also rewarded and scored. Players' control and use of their chosen combat form is rated throughout the tournament, leading to both a style champion and leaderboard. That's the basics. For more information, you can check out ludosports.net or the links in the description here. If you have any further questions, leave them in the comments and I'll try and get them answered throughout the day. Ooh, before I forget, give Shots On a subscribe. It really helps grow our channel, filming new and exciting sports and activities. Now, let's go see some lightsaber dueling. Hello, I'm Sam from Shots On. Welcome to the LudoSport Manchester and Liverpool Academies tournament. Now, like me, this might be the first time that you've seen LudoSport performed live. But don't worry, we're going to have experts with me all day in the commentary booth to make sure that all your questions are answered. But here's a quick rundown. LudoSport is a mixed-gendered, lightsaber-inspired sport focused on respect and control. Athletes compete one-on-one to score points by making contact on specific areas of their opponent. There are two types of hits: a non-mortal hit, known as an E, or a mortal hit, known as an R. Players call out hits on themselves, maintaining an honor system. If a non-mortal hit has been made, the player who has been struck must lower their guard and give their opponent an opportunity to score a mortal hit, an R. A round ends when a mortal hit is scored and the attacker earns a point. Matches are best out of 3 or until a 90-second combat time limit is reached. The time limit is removed in later stages of the tournament. But it's not just about the hits. Style and form are also rewarded and scored. Players' control and use of their chosen combat form is rated throughout the tournament, leading to both a combat and a style champion and leaderboard. That's the basics. For more information, you can check out ludosports.net or the links in the description here. If you have any further questions, leave them in the comments and I'll try and get them answered throughout the day. Before I forget, give Shots On a subscribe. It really helps grow our channel and allows us to continue filming new and exciting sports and activities. Now, let's Hello, I'm Sam from Shots On. Welcome to the LudoSport Manchester and Liverpool Academies tournament. Now, don't worry, we're going to have experts with me all day in the commentary booth to make sure that all your questions are answered. But here's a quick rundown. LudoSport is a mixed-gendered, lightsaber-inspired sport focused on respect and control. Athletes compete one-on-one to score points by making contact on specific areas of their opponent. There are two types of hits: a non-mortal hit, known as an E, or a mortal hit, known as an R. Players call out hits on themselves, maintaining an honor system. If a non-mortal hit has been made, the player who has been struck must lower their guard and give their opponent an opportunity to score a mortal hit, an R. A round ends when a mortal hit is scored and the attacker earns a point. Matches are best out of 3 or until a 90-second combat time limit is reached. The time limit is removed in later stages of the tournament. But it's not just about the hits. Style and form are also rewarded and scored. Players' control and use of their chosen combat form is rated throughout the tournament, leading to both a combat and a style champion and leaderboard. That's the basics. For more information, you can check out ludosports.net or the links in the description here. If you have any further questions, leave them in the comments and I'll try and get them answered throughout the day. Before I forget, give Shots On a subscribe. It really helps grow our channel and allows us to continue filming new and exciting sports and activities. Now, let's go see some lightsaber dueling.
Hello and welcome to the LudoSport UKARENA 2020. I'm Sam from Shots On, and with me is Dan
from LudoSport Manchester.
Fantastic. So this is the national tournament of LudoSport in the UK.
It is.
How
indeed.
are you feeling today?
Yeah, good, thank you, good.
As in all events, Dan being our leading man at the tournament,
Back.
everyone always needs a piece of him, so you're going to be left with me for a moment. So we're going to be seeing the beginnings of Pool A1 starting up, and the first competitors in that are going to be I'm going to have to get Dan to say this name in a moment for us. Sorry about that. Competing against Lily Logren. I believe Lily was the young competitor that we saw in the Manchester and Liverpool competition 2 weeks ago. Very, very fast player, but also Javet is also an incredibly fast opponent. Both of them, I believe both of them getting into the quarterfinals. I think Javet actually did medal in the Manchester and Liverpool LudoSports competition 2 weeks ago. So it's going to be a very interesting first match to see. I'm excited about it. We just have at the moment the refs calling in competitors to make sure that everyone is fully checked in, making sure that they've got the right hand protection. Their sabers have all been checked this morning as they entered the arena. We have two judges in blue in front of us, and I believe in purple is the style judge. So of course in LudoSports, you're not only just judged on your ability to hit your opponent, you're also judged on your command of the actual saber itself, your skill with it. So each player or each competitor has trained in various forms. So I believe there are, I think, between 5 and 7 forms in LudoSports, with the first form being a very two-handed defensive grip, which we saw a lot of last weekend. This weekend, I think we're going to see some very interesting plays. I've already seen a saber staff, so a double-ended saber, and if you're like me from the 90s and you grew up on the Phantom Menace, I can tell you I'm very excited to see how that actually plays out in real life. So today we will be covering both of the arenas. So we have Arena 1 and we also have Arena 2 that are going to be on the stream today. We are splitting up the pools, so essentially what's going to happen is throughout the day we're going to see the first half of one pool and then the second half of the second pool. So we're going to go from pool A1, and then at the halfway point when the line judges change over, we're going to then go into pool B1. So that means that each competitor should be on the screen in the pool play 3 times today, at least 3 times for each competitor, as we're seeing the first half of each pool and the second half. So if you're looking specifically for a player today, be assured they will make it on the stream. You will be able to see at least 3 of their duels. Now, while we're having a little bit of time, just as everyone's preparing, I'll just go over some of the basic rules. Again, please bear with me. I am a lay person in this, so when Daniel comes back, he will be able to explain it a bit better when it happens. But LudoSport is a fencing-based martial arts sport based around... Oh, Daniel is back.
Whoa.
Good. This means I don't have to gerrymander so much
Try to remember
anymore.
everything, yep.
So I was just going to go over the basic rules very quickly.
Yes.
So in LudoSport, you have 2 types of hit zones, isn't there? There is
Correct.
the lethal and non-lethal hit zones.
Yeah, correct. We have the E and the O. So the O is the lethal one. This is on top of the head and anywhere on the body, except for and anything that hits the below the elbow, the hand, the hilt, below the knee to the feet. That is an E, which is a non-fatal strike. The athlete receiving this has to declare loudly, E, remove the saber out of the line to give their opponent a brief opportunity for a strike, to then have it follow up with an O. The only no-go zone we have is the face and the neck, because of course we don't want to have that happen, and also we avoid stabs wherever possible.
So of course, just to clarify as well, because I must admit this one tripped me up last time, 2 weeks ago at the Manchester and Liverpool competition. Though you're not allowed to strike the face or the neck, the top of the head is considered a
That's
viable.
correct, yeah. So we can use the top of the head as a point. So we have a technique called the fendente, which is a
Very
downwards
fancy sounding.
It's Italian, they all sound very cool in comparison to the English translations.
Just bop is the English
Yeah,
sounding.
exactly, is a twonk.
Twonk.
But yeah, exactly. So the top of the head is where we can strike, and that's the only place on that, on the head really.
Fantastic. And in the pool play, I believe, because I was a little lazy, I didn't edit the explainer video in the intro to this, so you might have a bit of it wrong information. In the pool play, there is a time limit of 90 seconds.
Correct, yes.
So that's 90 seconds of actual combat time.
Yep.
So when the judges are talking or in between, the clock is... or you're on a timer there. So that puts a little bit of pressure in the pool play.
It does, yeah. We very rarely see anyone kind of time out on that. If you do hear someone shout "Fine," it means that the time is now over, and that's the end of the combat for the for time constraints.
Part of that being because there are so many competitors here that we need to get on with it a little bit.
Exactly. Otherwise, you'll be here all day.
True. How many? Do you know how many we have today? Is it 64?
It's 48. For 64, we didn't quite hit 64, so we've managed to get to 48. We've had in the UK, which is pretty good going.
That's fantastic. So is it? It's 6 schools represented here today.
Yes, I believe so. We've got Manchester, we have Bristol, Birmingham, Coventry, Hampshire, Cheltenham.
7.
So 6, yeah.
6. I thought you were from Chester for a minute. I thought you had 6 fingers on one hand there.
Boom.
Yeah, there we go. Sorry, no. So six schools represented here, which again, so if you're anywhere in the country, these are very easy to find, a lot of them in major cities. So, get on it if you want to try LudoSports. There is also plans to open up quite a few other schools throughout the country.
Yep, definitely. We've got a lot more schools kind of on the way. Some of them hopefully opening up in September. So keep your eyes peeled for announcements of next year as well. Just depends on how quickly we can get people involved and get people on there.
Of course, it's a growing sport. So if you want to get involved, if you want to see how it is, discovery sessions are provided by pretty much all of the academies.
All of them, yeah. So all the current running academies will be running discovery sessions probably in the next month or so. So keep an eye on their social media. A lot of the pages will be called LudoSport and then the city name that they're based in. So for example, LudoSport Manchester, LudoSport Bristol, LudoSport Birmingham, so on and so forth. So if you're in that area, search for them on Facebook, search for them on Instagram, and you should be able to find information there about where you can sign up for your discovery session.
It's fantastic. You'll also find a link in the description of the video. They'll take you to LudoSport UK, so both the website and also the social medias there, which if you're in an area that doesn't yet have a LudoSport academy, that's a good place to get information from it and see when new ones are opening up.
Yeah, definitely.
So I believe at the moment we're having last minute Saber checks.
Yep, so we're having some athlete briefings going on now, just checking safety equipment, making sure that people have got the relevant safety equipment. So like the gloves, for example, groin guards for those who need them.
We saw last time that they can be very helpful, I believe.
Yeah, definitely. That people have taken off all jewellery as well because we can't wear rings underneath the gloves. We've got to take out all our piercings and stuff like that. Just double checking all this with the different athletes just to make sure that they're good to go, as well as making sure that the sabers, 1, turn on, 2, make sound, and 3, flash and clash.
Fantastic. I must admit, it's one of the things where I don't think I could, if I were to compete, get over not making the sound of the saber myself. So it's fantastic knowing that you actually, all the sabers have to make the sound.
Yeah, definitely. I still know some people who hum slightly as they're fighting. I don't know if it's because they're trying to say, but again, it's fine no matter which way you go about doing it.
I think after a bit of practice like yourself, I think people stop humming after a while.
I'm a little bit too focused to hum, unfortunately.
So I must admit, as well, you explained last time, and it was quite interesting for me, as I say, as a layperson. So I thought that the flashing as the was purely decorative and sort of like, a bit of a throwback to films and sci-fi and all that.
Yeah.
But it does actually have a very good point within the game where it does help judges see when contact has been made.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the main reason why we need it and why it needs to be a different colour, not just like not just the same colour.
It's a bit of a brighter green as a flag.
Exactly. So we try to be white. 1 second.
No, of course. So Dan, being the main man today, being called over to make a couple of quick assessments of the tournament, so he'll be back very shortly. So again, throughout the day, I'm going to be with Dan in the commentary box. If you have any questions, please leave them in the chat online. I'll try and get any questions answered, because as I say, I'm going to be also asking many questions. In the chat today, we've got Cameron shouting out for Birmingham there, I believe. Birmingham, the school has travelled up in quite large numbers, I think. I'm not quite sure which school has the highest representation today.
I actually think it is Birmingham.
Birmingham having the largest amount. There we go. It sounds we are about to start off here. So, have I got the correct names in here?
You have, they're just round the wrong way.
Oh, right. I'll fix that soon. That was the first E there, and an R. An R being who was that who got the R?
Lily scored the point.
Lily scored the point. Which is that one? Fantastic. So Lily there being pushed quite aggressively towards the edge of the area there. So we're getting a white card there for Lily. Can you explain what that is?
Yeah, so she's getting a white card warning for the declarations. They need to be a little bit louder, a little bit quicker, in order to make them a little bit more viable.
So that leaves the score at 1-1. In the pool play, I believe it's first 2-3.
It is it's 3 rounds, so you can have either player A scores a point, player B scores a point, or we can have what's called a doppio, which is both of them scored at the exact same time, and then no one scored a point, basically, and it's a fair. And then we move on to the next assault.
So that leaves a winner there, I believe,
for Javier. Yeah.
Now we have. Who is this? This is KJ versus. Sorry, I'm just working fast to get that updated. So luckily there was a slight break there, so I had time to get those names. So KJ, I believe, in the tan uniform there.
Correct, yeah.
Pushing back Daniel there. And we've got an E, as I believe that was a contact on the lower arm.
Yep, and we've got the same kind of thing now going back. That looked like it could potentially be a doppio right there.
Players have made contact
Correct.
at the same time. I believe that.
Just a bit quicker. And doppio, so again, there we go. We see that pause. Okay.
So that was a doppio given there. So both players here using I believe it's a Form 1. Now that Daniel's left, I'm going to be a bit more confident in trying to call some of these. So a Form 1, fantastic top of the head play there, I believe. Form 1 being a very more defensive form. The first one that athletes learn when they take up Ludo. So Form 1 using a lot of two-handed strikes and defense on the top of the head. Sorry, I'm just trying to put in the names of our next competitors. That's why I just said something that might have been nonsense then. So now we have Harry versus Tom. I believe Harry will be hopefully on the correct side of the screen for you now. So Tom versus Harry. I believe, as I say, that the names are now correct on the screen. Fantastic play by both of them going in for very quick attacks on each other there. And we straight in with an off. So that puts the score at 1-1 in favour of both of them. Now I believe that we have Harry using a bit of a mixture of Form 1 and Form 2. Form 2 being a bit more fencer-like with a one-handed grip, which extends their range on the attack. Beautiful blocking play there as Tom tries to get under the guard there with a double little flick of the wrist there, being able to... Ooh. It looks like he just tapped the hand twice of Harry. But we are getting a white card. So this is a white card for being careful around the face. So one of the judges making a call there, and I believe a yellow card there on Harry for, I believe it was making a play after being struck. So I think they were struck with an E and with an O, so that's a non-lethal attack, and they continued on with a play. If you're struck in a non-lethal way with an E, so that's below the joints, then you have to...
Technical issues there over on Arena B.
Is Arena B back on track?
Yeah.
Fantastic. So that was a very fast play there by both Tom and Harry. Now, while you were away, I was trying to fake my way through some tactical calls there, where I believe we had Tom using a bit of a mix of Form 1 and Form 2. Form 2 being a bit more fencer-ish with an extended range. There's a first E there.
So we do have KJ, who's quite an experienced athlete. She's been with the sport for a few years. Lily, however, this is her first year of doing the sport and competing. She's from Coventry.
So Lily in black there, raising her guard a bit too high there, allowing an E straight to cut across. Leaving the score at... Oh, I might have this wrong.
2-0, I believe, to KJ.
We've got it at 2-0, but I believe the score table has it at 1-0 in favour of KJ.
Okay. We've also got it written as Lily on the...
I'm not entirely sure what's going on with my score sheet today, but I will fix it eventually.
I think it's partly because they are on a switched angle.
That's why, right. That makes far more sense now. So now we have Dan and Tom, I believe, coming in here.
So that was actually a 2-1 to Lily, apparently, according to the...
2-1 to Lily. So a nice little bow there. The sport's very respectful.
Indeed, yeah, we start off every single bout with a salute to before then going into Guardia and then going into Via to...
So Guardia and Via, is that the salute position?
Yeah, so we have Saluto, which is when they do the actual saluting kind of gesture. Then have their own different ones, and then Via just basically means go, and that means that they can then start the
lesson in Italian.
Yeah, you do learn a little bit, that's for sure. Kind of a combined, a lot of use of Form 2 there by Tom versus Dan, who's using only really Form 1 because that's all he currently knows at this point there. But that is a 3-0 there to Tom, not to Dan.
Have I done it again?
Yeah, we've got split round the wrong way.
Okay.
So we have...
Can I say, it's Guy on the left or the right?
So Guy is currently on the right.
Guy's on the right.
Yeah.
Right, hopefully I will get this correct now.
So both using daggers here, which is going to be a lot of fun to kind of watch.
So this is quite interesting. In terms of the dagger, shorter than the actual saber.
Yep, so they are significantly shorter than a long saber. However, due to the fact that they are one, you have that added bonus of having two different weapons, one that can block, one that can attack at the same time, making tools. That was disappointing there for Skippy, for Stephen Clancy, your opponent, doing those self-declarations.
So, striking yourself is not a is not something that you want to be doing.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
So I believe
you can see that the guy managed to get a strike in onto that shoulder, and Skippy has come back with an onslaught of his own. Win for Guy on daggers there. I know Seb is probably watching this right now, having taught Guy. Daggers has probably got quite a fair bit to say about how he can improve and do better on that potentially.
Well, that's one of the important things about tournaments like this, is the opportunity, isn't it, to reevaluate your style.
Yep, definitely. It is the ultimate stress test. So we have Lily on the left here and we have Tom on the right. Tom is actually one of Lily's instructors. So again, it's kind of a bit of a competition of master versus pupil.
Of course, I believe in this sense, you can't really lose if it's your pupil.
Exactly.
You know, if they beat you, you can only be proud.
Another example there of declaring when you hit yourself. So there's a 1-all currently now.
So even with the amount of practice and training that the athletes go through, being aware of where your own saber is can still be a rather tricky situation.
Oh yeah, sometimes you may be doing like a movement or something like that, and you move in the incorrect way, or you're doing a rotation or a ring, and you just happen to clip yourself, and at which point you need to own up to the fact that you've just hit yourself. It's embarrassing, sure, but it's also a large part of the sport.
So I believe that was a 2-1 victory for Tom there. Now moving into, I'm gonna have to ask you to pronounce the name here. Javier, is it? Javier.
Javier, yeah.
Javier. So Javier versus Guy. So I believe Javier using a very nice purple blade there. So the refs are just debating it. I believe this is potentially a doppio, is it? Oh no, it's been called a hit in favour of Javier.
Oh, Guy just manages to leave that saber there just in order to catch that point.
That brings the score to a nice 1-all.
I will be right back for 1 second.
Of course. I believe something happened there. So the refs are being called in. I believe both conferring if this is going to be a case of both of them making the hit at the same time. So nothing has been happened, so we're going to replay the point. The point is being replayed because a decision could not be made.
Nice slow circulare then from Javier.
So circulare, if I'm going to pretend that I can say that correctly. What is that?
It is a technique. So it's one of the one that Javi was using there was from Form 3, which is kind of like one of his preferred styles. And it is a complex technique, so he's clearly hoping there to score some good points with that.
So I believe that was a 2-1 victory for Guy.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, I'm starting to learn to do maths. Count, that's the word. So now we have Daniel and Harry. Again, lovely show of respect to each other. Both of them being a little bit cautious here and testing one another.
I'm happy the academy circuits on this one don't have snow. Okay.
So we are a bit in danger zone as both of them are quite close to the edge of the arena, but I believe that is Daniel getting a slight quick hit in there.
Just going to sort out a technical issue on arena already.
No worries. I will stay here and film this nice tentative fight as both athletes are testing each other. Both want to get in for a decisive blow, but their defensive technique here, keeping each other at a distance, an arm's length, aiming at the hands of their opponent to keep them from being able to get in close in the arena. But it looks like we do have an off coming in there, which is a strike. We're going to see that again in slow motion. And that brings the score to 1-all. A rather long bout there from what we've seen in the rest of the tournament so far. So I think this might be the closest one to get into that 90-second cap that we've seen thus far. And a lovely double tap there. So breaking the guard there by getting a hit on the saber of Daniel before going in for that killing blow across the stomach. So coming in now, we have KJ and Guy, who are going to be competing. So again, hopefully I've got them on the right side of the screen here, with KJ on the left and Daniel on the right. And here they go. Daniel going in there, a bit of flourishing to try and put his opponent off, and it seemed like it worked as he struck across the shoulder there. It's a fantastic little play there. Both of them getting an E at the same time. Oh, and it looks like we might have a doppio here. Or is it an O? It's been called a doppio. Both athletes making contact at the same time, nullifying the point. And we're on the floor. Nice little roll. Ooh, and let's see how this goes. Trying to save himself in a roll there as they both came in for the killing blow. This has been called another doppio as both of them have made contact at the same time. Fantastic play and a bit of a recovery there, leaving the score at 1-0 in favour of Guy. Next up, I believe we have Lily versus Harry. Did you see that last play of?
I unfortunately didn't because I was trying to fix some sound issues on lightsabers.
That is a shame because, well, I'm going to have to get you the footage of that later. It was a fantastic dive to the ground and then both of them getting contact at the same time. Oh. Lily on the back foot here being pressed around, but it looks like there was an E which has forced Harry backwards.
Yep.
Both of them a bit nervous to get in, but striking that R at the same time.
Yep, so a doppio has been called.
So a doppio being when both athletes strike each other at the same time, nullifying the play. And it looks like Lily was able to get underneath the guard of Harry there. So we're getting a slight warning. I think that's for the volume of the players.
Correct, yep.
So it's very important that the athletes make the call when they've been hit and they make it loud so the other athlete knows if they have an opening.
Oh, it looks like Harry's saber has gone off, which means that it doesn't actually exist at this point.
Ooh. So, as you say, faulty equipment at the moment. We're having a swap of sabers in. How does that affect the game at that point then?
So Nulo has been called just because the saber was off.
So that means that we're replaying the point?
Exactly, yes.
Fantastic. Again, both athletes. Ooh, lovely quick flick of the wrist there by Lily, I think. Just tapping Harry, bringing the score to 2-0 in Lily's favour. We now have Stephen versus Javier.
Yep.
I do apologise for any athletes whose names I'm getting wrong here. So this is going to be
this has actually worked out quite nicely as well because we have Javier in blue and Stephen Clancy in red.
So this is the first time today that we're seeing two sabers versus one here.
Yep.
So how does that affect the way that you want to play against someone where they're wielding two and you've just got the one?
So one of the good things about you having the long saber is the fact that it is longer than those two daggers. So using that to keep that distance, keep yourself safe and away, and keep them away from you is kind of the tactic that you're potentially going to want to go for. But in the same way, the daggers are going to try and move in on that space. So they're going to be using one hand to try and move your saber out of the way so they can kind of come through with the other. As you can see there, Stephen is trying multiple times to try and move Javier's saber out of the way in order to give himself that opportunity to capitalise, whereas Javier is trying to keep Skippy out of that kind of zone there.
So we've just got a warning there. Is that for?
It would be for declarations. It's quite difficult sometimes when you've got two sabers to recognise when you've been hit, especially on the left hand, as it's not everyone's dominant hand. So it does happen from time to time. It's just a quick warning there, just to get them to be aware of that. And we're having another daggers bout here, which I'm pretty sure will make Seb very, very happy.
I do like those. They're very fast bouts when it's 2 daggers, I believe.
Indeed, again, because they've got such short distance, they've got such short range, and they've got 2 of them, they're very dynamic, and they'll be moving around each other. These 2 have actually been training in daggers together, so they kind of already had had a little bit of time figuring each other and fighting one another, so it'll be interesting to see what goes on here.
So it looks like when someone gets an E with daggers, or an E is the non.
Correct, yes, yep.
It looks like it's a very quick method to get an E out of that, where the second blade just comes in very quickly.
Yes. It makes it, you have very little time to recover if you get, an E scored on you before that second blade's coming in, which is the the benefit of having 2 sabers rather than having 1.
So we're hearing a lot of very quick E-O sort of calls coming up as they get the first strike and then follow up with the second. We are seeing both of them.
We're seeing there a lot of double E's as they're both hitting each other as they are advancing on one another. And it looks like the point has been awarded to Tom there, bringing that up to a 2-1 for Guy.
I managed to update the score just in time for the end there.
And this will be the last fight on this pool before we switch style judges and move on to Pool B.
So can you explain a little bit about what the style judges do? How does that come into play?
Yeah, so the style judge's job is basically to assess how effective and how well the athletes are fighting. So they're looking at a few different categories, like movement, so how well are they moving around the arena, how well are they moving in relation to their opponent, what kind of techniques are they showing, like different basic techniques that they could be displaying, so from Form 1, Form 2, from daggers, dynamics, so how flowy the combat is. Does it one thing move on to the next thing, move on to the next thing, or is it very static? And then we also award points for complex techniques.
So I have a question
little
about
bit
what
of
just
overkill
happened.
there.
So possibly a bit of overdoing it there.
It was very much a case of Skippy scored the point KJ had declared, but the stop hadn't been called by the official, so Stephen continued.
So as you say, as there was no call from the official, there's no penalty for continuing the attack.
Exactly. As a rule of thumb, you want to continue until the official shouts stop. At which point, you then stop. That brings us to the end of our Pool A1. We are going to move on to Pool B1 once they've caught up, and we switch style judges.
So we can actually have a look at how Pool B1 is doing at the moment on the camera.
So we're currently seeing Terry Antill versus Craig College here. Both 2 new members of different academies.
Yeah, there's been an issue with the stream. So the new link is in the so if you look on the post that's been put out from LudoSport UK, where they've put sort of like where the links are, there's now a post under it that just says new links here. Why not? Essentially, it's the second day video. There was a slight issue that happened this morning. So, just explaining where to find the link for the stream. As I say, this morning there was a slight issue. The issue being that when I set the stream for today, that unfortunately I did not factor in AM and PM. Which meant that the planned stream for day 1 went out a little bit earlier than it should have done. That's why a 24-hour clock is always the best shout.
Makes it a lot easier, doesn't it?
It does.
So we now have Kirsten Newman and Ryan Hickson.
So is this them who have just entered the arena?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic! So we're actually on Or not? What have I done here?
So we are, if you go to pull B1, so the pull next to it.
This one.
No,
this
pull
one's
B1,
pull
and
B1.
we are here.
Ah, I see. So we're a little bit earlier than the changeover, so we're going to see a couple of additional plays that weren't necessarily scheduled in. So I'm going to set up for the next one, which is going to be Amaya versus Terry, because it gives me a slight break.
So we have Kirsten here in the red, going against Ryan in the brown.
So do we know where these players are from?
So Kirsten is from Birmingham, but she qualified through the Cheltenham Academy tournament, and Ryan is from Manchester, so you may recognise him from the last stream that we did.
I recognise the face mask.
Yeah.
Is the, so is that fashion or protection?
Protection. So there's certain rules that we have in play regarding piercings and facial piercings, for example. So for the most part, we encourage everyone to remove all piercings where possible. However, there's certain situations where they can't remove them for medical reasons or so on and so forth, at which point then they have to have them covered with a protective item, such as a half face mask or a full face mask. So Amaya and Terry here are both new members, Terry from Birmingham and Amaya from Coventry.
Now I'm just going to ask, in case I've got this wrong, is Terry on the left and Amaya on the right?
That is the correct way round, yes.
Very good, very good. So Terry in the tan suit was in that. So in terms of the uniforms that players are wearing, have they got a significance to their training?
They do indeed, yes. So those who are wearing the black t-shirt are Novizio. So this is the first rank that people gain when they first come into the sport. This is the novice rank. Then after 6 months and showing a dedication to the sport and showing an understanding of the core values, we have the promotion to Iniziato, which is that kind of tan tunic, or beaver as it's called by International. And then once you've completed Course Y after your 3rd year of study, you can then take your Academico exam, at which point you can then get the nice coloured tunics.
So what's the next colour that comes on, or is that a choice for?
It is completely down to a choice. So when you reach Academico, you can choose any colour of green, red, yellow, blue and orange.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So it lets you be very expressive in your choices, really, with the colour.
So you're able to get a nice purple one.
So the purple one that's being worn there by Bart, as you can see on the stream there, just kind of strolling, looking at his phone. Yeah. He's actually style judging at the moment, not being bored. This is a tune that's reserved for what's called a Technico. So somebody who is licensed to teach instructors how to be instructors.
I see.
Both athletes here trying to use Form 1, trying to get around their opponent to try and score that point.
I believe we got a very quick off there, which brings the score up to 1-0 for Terry, I believe.
Yep.
If I can get those numbers the right way around. Both of them getting an E on the hands, I believe, of each other.
Yep.
Terribly sorry. Just trying to get a good angle on the play there as they move around the arena. So the arena being a sphere, you see quite often that players are trying to push each other out of it, because if you step 1 foot, I believe,
a whole foot or a whole hand outside of the arena results in an opponent. So the opponent, we can see here, May has been awarded a yellow card.
Because you say awarded.
So it's not quite a good award, I suppose. But is being penalised with a yellow card there for not removing the saber out of the way, and therefore not giving Terry enough opportunity to score a point, which then resulted in a missed point there for Terry. So that is now given Terry an additional point, which should have brought him up to 2-0.
I believe, yes. Just had to check there to make sure that I definitely did put them in. So now we have Dan versus Sam. Yeah, it's you and I.
Hey! As if we were actually in the arena.
We're swapping sides, so I believe, hopefully, that's Sam on the left
way, yeah.
and Daniel on the right.
So these two both train together on a weekly basis.
So are these Manchester?
These are Birmingham students.
Birmingham students.
So we have Dan, who kind of prefers to use Form 4, and Sam, who prefers to use Form 3. So we're going to see a lot of different stuff being used here.
Both of them coming in very early, very fast at each other. Using the full length of the arena to make some space between themselves.
Definitely is going to be a case for Form 4, because they like to have this idea of being moving away and then coming back in. Whereas Sam will be doing things like laying traps and opening things up to try and coach, trying to get Dan to move into his space.
So we're having a bit of a conversation here.
So it's a case of James saw something from the other side, which looks like maybe an O was awarded, was scored on Dan, which may have been misdeclared. Okay, so the officials are calling Nulo just because it wasn't clear as to what's happened, so they're just going to replay that assault.
So a Nulo is essentially like a doppio, is it then, but more of a... We don't know what the answer is. So
exactly. It's more like not sure what's happened there, so we're just going to play again.
So rather than it being a doppio where both players have made contact at the same time, it's a we're not sure. That makes a lot of sense. Fantastic little bit of action there from both players.
Yeah, some very nice kind of changing there, and a little bit of back and forth between the two of them. This is the sort of thing you like to see with advanced styles being used.
I believe I got the score there. It is currently 1-1. Both players achieving an E on each other.
So Dan's doing a lot of height changing here, trying to confuse Sam, trying to make it so it's harder for Sam to guess what he's doing. But Sam's seeing right through it. To get a 2-1 victory there for Sam Grafton.
Fantastic. You can hear how well both players competed there with the applause around the arena.
Yep, definitely.
Fantastic bit of, not quite gymnastics, but maybe acrobatics might be more
yeah.
for the two. So now we have Callum versus Kirsten, yeah. Kirsten, sorry. Damn my eyes.
Okay, both athletes declaring R fairly quickly there. Tempo has been called just to kind of work out what's happened in that kind of very quick exchange.
So that is, a doppio being called. Both players moving in there for a strike.
Another doppio there again, just because of the nature of how they both moved.
lovely opportunity taken there from Callum. So it's very, very easy, I think, to forget sometimes that when you go in for the attack, that's also when you're most vulnerable to be attacked. And I think sometimes you'll have two players going in at the same time, forgetting that if they don't defend themselves while attacking as well, you're going to get that doppio where you're both going to be struck.
Exactly, yeah. There's no point in killing your opponent if you die too. So there's very much this kind of...
You know, I think that's a fantastic lesson to take.
Yeah.
There's no point if you both die. So both players here really holding the center of the arena.
Yep, both trying to find that little bit of advantage. Again, Dan changing that height quite quickly. Again, utilising that form fall. Again, both of them are trying to find a gap, and Dan Barlow finds it.
Fantastic. So it all happens so quickly a lot of the time once someone's got the confidence to get the attack, when you've figured out your opponent's defense.
Yeah, definitely. It's always one of those ones where you're trying to kind of work out your opponent, figure them out, and once you do, sometimes it works quite quickly for you then to shut them down and score that point. So the official's just checking there to see where the hit may have landed.
So they're just checking there where on the arm it was, and I believe it was below the elbow.
Mm-hmm.
They're just checking again with the honor system in the sport. Each player announcing their own hits.
Okay, so it's been declared as a nullo because there was an E before the O reached.
So receiving a lot of ease in that bout there before getting a very quick off from, I believe, Daniel. Oh, sorry, Daniel giving the off. We're about to find out. We have got a yellow card. I might be wrong.
For declarations, so again, not removing those declarations, not creating that opening there and then causing an opportunity where Ryan's not then able to capitalise on that, so he has been awarded a yellow card just to kind of balance that out. And that is going to be a 2-1 win for Dan Barlow. And that brings us to the point where we're now going to swap style judges and resume on, have pool A and B now continue on to the next phase.
So now both arenas are going to see their competition continue. We're sticking, I believe, with pool B1. So the next opponent, the next athletes coming in are going to be Amaya and Craig. So style judges
I'm here now.
changed out. So is this style judges are being swapped between arenas?
Correct, yeah.
So that way both judges have a chance to evaluate every single athlete.
Exactly, and then it kind of creates a little bit of this, because it's all done on averages, so it gets away from this idea of one style judge being potentially harsher than the other, because then both style judges' scores get balanced out against each other on average. We get a better view of what the style should be.
I imagine as well. Sometimes style can be to a certain person's taste. Sometimes as well.
Correct. Yeah, there is an aspect of
individuality within the judging as well.
Exactly, yeah. A little bit of preference, maybe. Some athletes, some style judges may prefer seeing stuff from Form 3, or they may prefer seeing stuff from Form 4. So they may be a little bit more generous to some of the points there. However, ultimately, we do try, and we do all very stay in a very kind of tight range.
So I imagine, as a layperson, it's very easy to get drawn into some of the faster, flashier looking plays. But when you look at it, Form 1, someone who's mastered, Form 1, which is a very planted, very two-handed defensive system, that's just as important and just as high ranking.
Exactly, yeah. So Form 1 can fight equally against Form 3, Form 4, Form 5. If it's used well, that is, of course. And again, it's still assessed on the same thing. So again, you can have really good movement with Form 1, show lots of basic technique with Form 1, show some, dynamics with Form 1, and still score those really nice high scores that we would like to see.
So I believe that was two strikes in a row in favour for Amaya. I hope that's how you...
Amaya, I think.
Amaya.
Yeah.
Amaya. Thank you very much. No.
So a lot of kind of quick exchanges there, but both being very, very straight along that line. Form 1 really utilises this idea of a circular, moving around your opponent rather than moving straight forward.
So there is a right of way almost as well, so like in terms of moving straight forward.
Yes and no. So you don't really want to move straight forward for the very simple reason of if the opponent's already got their guardia there, you impale yourself. And once again, there's no good walking straight onto somebody else's saber, so we want to move around it instead. So we don't really want to have our athletes moving in those straight lines, because this can also cause bumping into each other to happen, and also makes you, if you're on the defense, if you're moving straight backwards, more likely to step out of the arena. So instead you want to be working on this rotations and working on these kind of moving in this circular pattern to get around. But that does end with a 3-0 win for Amaya, and a white card for decorations on Craig there as well.
So again, as you're saying in the last tournament we did, a white card is more of a bit of advice. Don't do it again. Let's correct that behaviour, as opposed to any form of punishment.
Exactly, yeah. So the white cards there is essentially as a bit of a slap on the wrist. Don't do that again. Be aware, if you continue though, it will get escalated up to a yellow card. If you receive 3 white cards within one duel, it automatically gets upgraded to a yellow card.
And a yellow card is a point to your opponent.
Exactly, yeah.
And a red card is get out.
The red card is this is the end of this duel. It's done. So in the pool stages, it will just be the end of this duel and you'll go on to do the next. But in the knockouts, that's the end of your tournament. Whereas if you receive a black card, which is the gravest of penalties to receive, that is the end of the tournament, regardless of when it is received for you. And also then some serious investigations is then done as well on top of that.
Of course, because safety of the players is the utmost importance.
Exactly.
I think we just received a white card there, I believe, for both players moving into each other, potentially.
Quite possibly. I missed that, unfortunately.
But that is a point there for Kirsten.
Yep.
There's a beautiful way of attacking there, almost like ballet, as Kirsten lifted her leg to avoid an incoming strike from...
Utilising some of that Form 4, Form 2 kind of movement, again, removing the target out of the way to then come through, changing that height with the jump to try and gain that new angle and gain that unpredictability and surprise.
So now we have, I believe, Daniel versus Callum.
Yep. So again, Dan, one of the more experienced athletes that we have competing here today. He's been competing for longer than I have. Callum, again, also a fairly seasoned athlete.
So I believe that's 1-0 for Daniel.
Yep.
So how long has he been competing then? How long have you been competing in?
So I started in 2018. I believe Dan started maybe 2016, 2017, somewhere around there. and Callum started around 2019, so a couple of years after. That was a fantastic change in height there. So goes for the jump, makes it look like he's going for the head, and then brings it round for the stomach. Some really nice stuff there.
Wonderful use of what you got, changing of the wrist there as well.
Yeah,
so.
changing that cutting line and
Again,
changing of that height.
Because essentially the saber is a cylinder as opposed to a straight edge like you would with a sword. Being able to hit at any angle really means that you have to be up on your reflexes to deflect a lot of the time.
Yeah, definitely.
So this is Sam versus Ryan, I believe.
So again, Sam using a lot of those kind of big kind of cuts there, trying to take away Ryan's left and right to make him move only in one direction. Utilising a little bit of form 5, a little bit of form 3. These kind of big movements are kind of used to try and shrink your area of your opponent's kind of confidence, so that they start using things like just form 1, which is sort of working, and he's managed to push Ryan right to the edge there of the arena. But there was an E first before that R, so Esau's been called, so we're going to replay that point. Again, Sam just attacking that blade, trying to get it out of the way there, making Ryan kind of be a bit more hesitant with his strikes and what he wants to do.
Well, we can see they're right at the edge of the arena there, as you say, which really cuts the options down for Ryan in terms of movement.
It does, yeah. Getting your opponent on the edge of the arena does quite a few things, like, as you say, cutting off the options for movement, but also psychologically, it feels like your back's against a wall almost.
I suppose it's taking up a portion of your brain power as you're thinking about your footwork then.
Exactly, yeah. Looks like a strike was just caught on his leg as he came through. So Sam actually hit Ryan's blade into himself, and then Ryan's then declared that as an R, which is, again, just a fantastic show of that, of that respect and that self-declaration.
Oh, of course. As I say, it's a great thing to see everyone being so honest about it and coming out. But it's also, I mean, from my experience of the people within Ludo, they've all been absolutely upstanding, stellar people.
Yeah, it's a massive kind of part of the sport. It's one of those 3 founding pillars that we kind of operate on, is that service, care and respect. When you go into the arena, the service is taken over by the officials in the blue t-shirts. But you still have that duty of care and that respect for your opponent. Dan going in for a jump there, but Terry seeing right through it and placing the blade into the way.
So I'm not quite sure what happened there. I just know that Dan got the point.
He managed to kind of come round with a bit of a wrist change and score that point just on the right-hand side of Terry there, which was unfortunately away from the camera.
So we're seeing, I think Dan does seem to very much favour changing up his angle of attack on the fly.
Yeah, Dan's very much prefers to utilise Form 4, which has this area, kind of aura of unpredictability and not being able to tell what your opponent is doing. And so as part of that, there's that changing of the height with the jumps and the dives and the rolls and the dropping of the height, but also on that idea of changing of the blade, making your opponent think you're going from one way to another.
So I do have a question here about, I believe, Sam's form. Is he using a specific one, or is this a blend of forms here?
He's using majority Form 3, so this kind of idea of being covered and moving through and protecting his different areas, and then doing some of these kind of rotations. are very much 3. However, there's also a little bit of 5 coming in there with the idea of the aggressiveness and trying to cut the
he
different
seems to be
sides of
doing
the opponent.
very heavy blows, especially downwards.
Exactly, he's trying to control his opponent, try and make it so that they can't really do much. By hitting the blade hard, it may make the opponent think, oh, I don't really want to use a one-handed style, maybe I'll use 2 hands here. So again, kind of cuts off their opportunities and their options, they may feel confident to use against him.
I think we can say there Sam very much controlled the space around him in that
Definitely.
pairing. So coming up, we've got Craig and Kirsten. Kirsten moves up. So are we able to find out how the styles are going at the moment? As we're now both Group A1 and B1 have had over half of their games.
So we're seeing quite a few good style scores out there at the moment across the 2 different pools. So in pool A1, we're seeing at the moment Stephen Clancy is kind of in the lead with a 6.2, but not far behind him is Tom Grudgens on a 6.16. So not an awful lot in it there. But again, they've still got quite a few fights to go, so that could still change quite a fair bit just in that pool alone. And in pool B1, we've actually currently got Dan Barlow and Sam Grafton currently drawing on 6.34. So again, both of them showing quite a lot of good style there.
So the maximum would be 10.
That's correct, yeah. However, I don't think anyone has ever scored 10 in the history of the sport. We've had some 7s from Champions Arena, from the World Championship, but I don't think we've ever seen anything higher than those 7s.
No, well, I think there's a great mindset within the sport as well. So like, there's always something you can improve on, and I think the style scores always demonstrate that quite well.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Both players here coming in very aggressively, but I believe Terry getting the point there. Lovely block on the back there from Sam, but I believe Terry getting back in there quick enough to possibly get a point, but I think this might be a doppio with both of them making contact at the same time. Judges are talking it through.
Deliberating.
Sam keeping his blade moving.
Wants to stay kind of loose, stay warm. Doesn't want to lose that kind of, that kind of flow.
It does look like the point was given to Terry.
No, yeah, 2-0 to Terry.
But
Sam
not
quickly-
wanting to be left behind there.
Yeah, exactly. Not wanting to have that as a 2-1, as a 2-1 defeat, as a 2-0 defeat, but as a 2-1, a lot better. But again, this is another example really of where style and the points, the war is very different, because although Sam may have lost that fight, he still came out of that with a very nice 6.3 in his style there. Kirsten just using some nice little form 1 there.
Beautiful way of just
to score that point.
Keeping that pressure on there.
Leaves herself exposed. And Amir gets in a strike there, glances up the saber and then comes into the net, which is why there's not been a penalty there, just because it was a glancing blow rather than a direct strike for the neck.
So the point is awarded there because her line was towards the shoulder.
Exactly, and it's because of the angle of Kirsten's blade where it's glanced up and then accidentally come into the neck. But again, looks fairly controlled because it's stopped before actually really hitting, in any kind of strong,
of course,
kind of strong way.
Well, from this angle, it looks very much like a tap rather than a slap.
Exactly. So again, this is like the nature of the strikes anyway, is because it is a lightsaber and it will cut through anything. We don't have to worry, so we don't have to cleave it through our opponent. So just a gentle tap is all we need in order to score that point.
It's one of the things that another thing about the sport that I find quite nice is just the actual care that the athletes take to ensure the safety of each other.
Exactly. We wear minimal protection, as I say. We only wear gloves and groin guards for those who require them. And then, you know, if someone's wearing glasses, for example, they may have to wear like some goggles or a face mask, same with covering those piercings. But for the most part, we wear minimal protections. So we try to minimize the risk of injury with the techniques themselves and the strength of those kind of hits.
No, of course. I can say the biggest scar on my body is actually on my pinky finger here, not just sort of like where when I was about 10 years old I was smacked with a lightsaber, and that was just a toy one from you know, sort of like that kids play with.
Yeah, they can hurt quite a fair bit. Even the gloves sometimes, if you get hit with quite a strong force, especially from the likes of like a dagger, for example, which has that shorter blade, it can, you know, really kind of hurt.
No, of course. And of course, when I was hit and got my finger done, you know, that was against another 10-year-old. We're looking at, you know, adults with
Adult muscles.
Adult strength.
Yeah.
So taking care of your opponent is a big
Definitely.
Beautiful back block there. Is there an Italian name for raising the saber behind your back to
So
deflect
not
as you spin?
particularly, but we do use the term copertura, which basically just means coverage, so cover. So as you move through, utilising Form 3 and the likes, you want to have this idea of being covered as you're moving through those spaces. Because of course with a lot of sports, you know, like fight fencing and stuff like that, you don't really want to show your back to your opponent because that's a potential opportunity for them to score a point. In the same way, when we show our back, we want to be covered, so we have that saber there to kind of keep us protected against those kind of strikes. And because the strikes are coming on a, you know, from an outside in kind of route rather than direct to the body, we can kind of cover them quite effectively.
So one thing that I notice is there's a lot of what I would call glancing blows against blade on blade.
Yeah.
So rather than you know, if you watch the films or whatnot where people, you know, you'll lock blades, or, you know, in sword fighting it would be on the bite.
Exactly, yeah.
In this, I see a lot of people, it's very much a glancing where you make contact, you pull away instantly to make that second attack.
Exactly. You don't really want to be in a situation where you've got those two blades locked against each other, because all that's going to do is potentially the blade slips off and someone gets hurt. So Callum has been awarded a yellow card here, which means a point will go to Ryan.
So have we got an idea what this yellow is for?
I couldn't quite make out, but it looks like it was for declaration. So again, not removing those, you know, those blades out of the way to award that opportunity to his opponent for scoring that point.
So we've seen quite a lot of white card warnings for declaration. To get a yellow, is that a case of that they've deemed it that he didn't declare it enough and it could have ended in a point of it?
Exactly, yeah. So it's to kind of balance a missed opportunity. So if you don't move the blade out of the way, and because of that, the opponent could have scored a point, but because you didn't move it, they lost that opportunity. The officials may see fit to award a yellow to go, listen, if you would have declared, they would have scored the point.
That leaves the score at 1-1.
Yeah, so that is a draw for both people here. This is bringing us on to our final three matches now of Pool B1, and Pool A1 looks like it's slightly ahead and should be coming on to their final fight of that pool as well.
Pool A1 are they're speeding through their
they are
matches,
pretty
they?
quick
We
fights.
can have a quick look. This is Pool 1 as we're just waiting for our next bout to go on.
So this is Lily versus Stephen Clancy.
Stephen
Again,
really not letting up there on any of his attacks.
Really utilising those daggers to their kind of the full effect, really. However, Lily managed to find a little gap and get in there.
It looks like we are back with Craig and Sam.
So again, swapping sides to make sure that they're on the correct sides again.
So both of them going for quite hard strikes on the other.
Sam's mainly going for those kind of strong strikes against the blade to try and, again, make his opponent do something, whereas Craig, I believe, is kind of reacting a little bit out of tenseness.
It looks Sam very much had the confidence there to wait for the opening.
Very close there to the edge of the arena, almost stepping out there for Sam.
I think one thing that Sam has shown in this, you know, for me, maybe just because he's a namesake, you know, I'm finding it very easy to follow, to track him as he goes. But he does, he shows a lot of confidence within the arena.
Does, yeah. I mean, I believe Sam actually came first in his academy tournament for both War and Style. I could be incorrect there. If he didn't come first, he definitely podiumed for both of them. No doubt someone on the stream is probably going to be screaming at me to correct me.
And that's coming from one of the largest schools as well.
Exactly, yeah. So it's not an easy thing to do to place highly, especially in one of those big three, big three academies.
I do apologise if the score sheet or the scores on the screen don't always match up with the official scores. They will be posted, I believe, or sort of like noted properly within Ludo UK. So that's 1-0 for Terry. Changing the height there to go for the legs.
Trying to go for that E point, you know, on the way through, but looks like he just missed it. Clearly Manon has seen something, so is letting James know.
I do apologise for shoving a camera in Dan's face here. I'm just trying to get a couple of photos during this bout.
Again, Ryan trying to get around there, trying to do different things, whereas Terry is being very controlled in that centre.
And it looks like it might be a tap on the back, on the top of the head here, as Ryan tried to change heights again. Oh, it's a doppio.
Doppio has been called.
Both players on a doppio, both players making contact at the same time. So I believe this is now the last round of the first bout. So this is going to be Amia versus Daniel.
Amaya versus Daniel.
Amaya, I do apologise. I made the mistake of staying up too late the other night trying to watch the election. It wasn't as engaging as I thought it would be. Well, haven't recovered yet. So swapping sides once again.
So yeah, this is the final bout now of pool B1. Then we'll have a short 5-minute break for the athletes just to kind of get warmed for pool A2 and B2.
So a short break for the athletes. It'd also be quite nice to stretch our legs, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
So that was a very quick point there for Daniel. Ooh. So
It looks like there may have been a declaration missed there, but no, not being called.
So I believe that is a 2-1 victory for Daniel in the final round of the Pool B1 grouping. A1 has also finished their grouping. So we are going to be back shortly in about 5 minutes with, I believe we're going to start off with Group A2.
Yeah.
A2. It's nice and easy to remember these numbers. From
Exactly, makes our lives a lot easier.
So we'll be back very soon with that. Until then, go get something to drink, have a nice snack, and we will be back ASAP.
Hello, I'm Sam from Shots On. Welcome to the LudoSport Manchester and Liverpool Academies tournament. Now, like me, this might be the first time that you've seen LudoSports performed live, but don't worry, we're going to have experts with me all day in the commentary booth to make sure that all your questions are answered. But here's a quick rundown. LudoSport is a mixed-gendered, lightsaber-inspired sport focused on respect and control. Athletes compete one-on-one to score points by making contact on specific areas of their opponent. There are two types of hits: a non-mortal hit, known as an E, or a mortal hit, known as an R. Players call out hits on themselves, maintaining an honor system. If a non-mortal hit has been made, the player who has been struck must lower their guard and give their opponent an opportunity to score a mortal hit, an R. A round ends when a mortal hit is scored and the attacker earns a point. Matches are best out of 3 or until a 90-second combat time limit is reached. The time limit is removed in later stages of the tournament. But it's not just about the hits. Style and form are also rewarded and scored. Players' control and use of their chosen combat form is rated throughout the tournament, leading to both a combat and a style champion and leaderboard. That's the basics. For more information, you can check out ludosports.net or the links in the description here. If you have any further questions, leave them in the comments and I'll try and get them answered throughout the day. Ooh, before I forget, give Shots On a subscribe. It really helps grow our channel and allows us to continue filming new and exciting sports and activities. Now, let's go see some lightsaber dueling.
Hello, and we're back at the LudoSport UK National Arena, or UK Arena. I'm Sam from Shots On, again with Dan.
From LudoSport Manchester.
Fantastic. So we're about to go into the A2 pool play. So same as we did last time, we are going to be showing the first half of A2 pool play, and then we have the style judge changeover in the middle, and we'll swap over to the B2 pool. Sorry, it all rhymes today. I'm not good with this. So that means that each player in both divisions will get at least 3 of their matches shown. So if you're looking for a specific player today or a specific athlete, do stay tuned. You will see at least 3 duels of each athlete in both pools. So at the moment, we're just having a quick discussion from the refs with the athletes who are about to partake in this bout. So making sure that everyone, as Dan explained earlier, has their jewellery removed, any rings or anything on the hands, that their sabers are working, and that everyone, I hope, is up on the rules of how the tournament is going to be played.
Yeah, definitely, and that's the whole point of this kind of athlete briefing, is just to make sure that everybody is happy and is very aware of how their pool is going to be performed, and so on and so forth.
Fantastic. It's just checking that we had the right mic on there for a moment then. I couldn't hear through it. So if you heard tapping, terribly sorry. So, again, we have both a style judge and two combat refs in the arena. This is to ensure that the combat refs are there to ensure that all the rules of combat are performed safely, and to award points to the players for their hits.
Correct.
And the style judge there to rank people on their proficiency of the techniques that they're...
Yeah, so your officials are looking for things like, safety, they're looking for that care, they're looking for that respect. So making sure that people are doing those declarations correctly and quickly and promptly, as well as also facilitating the score. Ultimately, it comes down to the athletes to decide on who scored what point through the honour-based system. So it should be, at the end of the day, the officials just clearing up anything that may be a little bit misunderstood, or clear up any kind of situations. But for the most part, it should be driven by those athletes in the arena on the day. And then the style judge is there, as you say, to assess the style, make sure that what they're doing is to the form, that they're doing good technique, that they're performing Ludo sport rather than a flailing kind of thing. Exactly. So very much kind of there for all that sort of stuff. Not sure if you picked up someone there to shouting E and R, demonstrating how loud they should be from the other side of the arena.
So just to go over what E and R are, rather than pretending to be a donkey,
Yep.
here, it's very much a case of when you're struck, you have to declare yourself. So that's either going to be an E or an R.
Correct.
So
yes.
2 types of strikes are a lethal strike.
Yep, which is our E. So a lethal strike, which is our R. Sorry.
It's easy to do. It's easy to forget.
I'm a veteran and I still get it wrong sometimes. But yeah, our R is our lethal strike, and then we have our E, which is our non-lethal strike.
So a lethal strike is anywhere from the top of the head to the torso.
Yeah, or above the knee and above, and the elbow and above. Anything that's below the elbow, so the forearm, the hands, even the hilt of the saber itself, and anything below the knee. So again, your shin, calf, ankle, big toe, it doesn't matter. That's an E. That's a non-fatal strike, and you have to remove your saber out of the line of attack to give your opponent an opportunity to score a point. Anywhere else on the body is a no. The only places that we don't strike for is that neck and the face and the side of the head, because again, we don't want to cause any injury there. But the top of the head is fair game.
Of course, we have seen, I think, at least 4 strikes that have been perfectly on the cranium of some players today, and
Yep.
it's impressive to see. There is one thing that I don't think it's come about, at least in any of the games that we've had on stream yet, but it came about in the tournament 2 weeks ago, where you have I've got to be very careful about how I phrase this now, because I was going to say a follow-through rule, but in terms of if you strike someone in an area, say sort of like on the wrist or something like that, but it's above the torso of the player, if it would essentially go through the wrist and hit a lethal area, that counts as an E.
An R.
Yeah,
sorry. So if there is a situation where, for example, as you say, someone gets scored on on the forearm or on the wrist, but it's quite close to the body and it's in line with the trajectory of, the body would be in line with the trajectory of the blade if it wasn't to be hit by the hand. The theory is that the blade would continue through the hand into the body. Therefore, it would be an R, and it would be declared as an E, R, E in misura.
And again, with Ludo being first introduced in Italy, most of the calls are in Italian.
Correct.
And was said in Italy then.
Yeah,
it's in Italy. You have to go over there.
Exactly. So we do use quite a lot of Italian in the sport. So a lot of our declarations, a lot of our point scoring, even our numbering systems is utilising Italian numbers. So uno, due, so on and so forth. And our techniques also utilise those Italian terminologies. So, for example, a laterale destro, which is basically a right lateral strike, which we introduce in Form 1, all the way up to some more complicated things like circolare, which is those Form 3 manoeuvres that we've kind of seen.
Does sound delicious.
It sounds good, doesn't it? So it looks like we have our first two competitors on this Pool A, George Rose versus Luke Dole.
Now, hopefully I'm correct here. George being in the yellow, Luke being in the black.
That is correct indeed. So Luke is one of the new intake from Bristol, and George has been around for some time now training in Birmingham.
Fantastic. So again, I must admit, this is bringing out the kid in me, but I'm loving the hum of these sabres that you can hear. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to hear that on the stream itself, but it's very, very satisfying.
So the first point there scored by George, as he's trying to change that height and chase after Luke, who is moving backwards.
So Luke there, not even parrying there, just using their footwork to get away.
Again, like if you're not there, you can't be hit. However, the only issue is if you keep running away, there's every chance that they will catch you. So we had a doppio called.
We're seeing Luke here using an orange blade.
George using an orange blade.
George using an orange blade, I'm sorry. Is there any significance to the colours of the blades?
Not necessarily. So again, once you reach the rank of Academico, not only can you change the colour of your tunic, but you can also change the colour of your blade. Novizio and Iniziato have to have a blue blade at all times, whereas the Academico and above can basically change the colour of the blade. There may be some connotations for users of a red blade, for example, but we try to avoid that wherever possible.
Oh, of course, sometimes it's just someone's favourite colour, I think, isn't it?
Exactly. I mean, there is an unofficial rule in Manchester where no one can have a red blade unless you beat me in one-to-one combat.
Is that why you're not playing today?
Yeah. Don't want to give anyone the opportunity to get a red blade.
Well, I believe, as you say, that there is no one in Manchester with a red blade.
Not currently.
So that does speak volumes about your...
However, I don't think it's going to be long before someone gets one.
I was going to say, that's either fantastic dueling skills or brilliant negotiation and getting out of a fight.
I just don't fight the people who've got a good chance of getting one, to be fair.
So I believe this is Clarissa versus...
Sean.
Let's get that up.
So Clarissa is one of our three competitors from Hampshire. So our furthest south-based academy. And Sean is from the Birmingham Academy. Again, his first year as well.
So I believe, as we were talking earlier about the follow-through effect.
Yep, we've just seen that in practice. The O in Missouri.
So O in Missouri is the official term for it.
Exactly, yeah.
Fantastic. I was hoping to find something rather than saying follow through.
Basically, Misura just means measure, so it's within that kind of space. So, yeah. Fairly quick fight there between Clarissa and Sean, with a 2-1 victory for Clarissa.
Now we have coming up Reese versus Greg. So do we know where these competitors have come from tonight? I believe that's Greg moving him very quickly there for
Yep,
just
so-
noticing that his feet were on the line there, managing to keep in the arena.
So Reese scoring the first point there, from the looks of it. Oh, a yellow card has actually been awarded to Reese.
So that gives Greg an automatic.
And again, that's for those declarations as well.
So I believe a very quick tap to the hilt or the hands of an opponent is quite a nice way of getting them just to get that pressure, get them to step back a bit from you.
Exactly, it's a very useful kind of tactic to use to kind of stop your opponent's flow a little bit, especially if they're being the aggressor, applying that pressure to you. It means that they have to declare and move back, and therefore giving you a little bit of breathing space to be able to kind of move on.
Fantastic. So that ends with a 1-1 draw. So in terms of the points that athletes are getting during the day, do they carry any weight with them? So if you say lose your bounce of like 2-1, but you've still got that 1 point, does that 1 point go on to?
Yeah. So the next round, so the knockouts that we'll be seeing tomorrow are done based on positioning, done based on the average points that you've scored. So the more points you can score in this, the better your position tomorrow in those kind of positioning pools.
So it's still all to play for, even if you get down to that last point.
Exactly, and also, you know, the more you can showcase as well, the better your style score is going to be overall as well.
So I believe that's a point for Clarissa. So very quick strike there. I'm not quite sure what happened.
Okay, so the art was conceded by Clarissa there on the left-hand side of the leg.
Both of them desperately wanting this second point on the other, but not willing to let the other get an opportunity to make that strike. But it looks like, ooh,
Clarissa is very much utilising that form 2 kind of position.
very
Really trying to push Luke onto the edge, which he's managed to do, and therefore find that spot to kind of come through as well.
Luke's feet were right on the edge of that line there.
Yeah.
Putting a lot of pressure on him, as you say, sort of like forcing him to really think about his movement.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Clarissa has been awarded a white card though, however, for lack of, for the declarations.
A red card?
A white card.
Oh, a white card.
Definitely not a red card.
I know, I thought for a moment that was a little bit harsh. Especially as I believe she won that round. So now we have Reese versus Sean.
First point has gone to
That went to Reese, I
Reese, I believe, yep.
Yeah, I got that wrong on the scoreboard. Let's change that up. So
both athletes here again, very early on in their Reese in Coventry, Sean I believe, in Birmingham.
Both of them using 4-1 to their as their chosen style here, it seems. So as you say, because
it's the only form they currently have. A fantastic effort there from Reese, getting a 2-0,
a 3-0
victory. Sorry.
Being a far more defensive stance, quite planted in the feet, it seems, a lot of the time with Form 1, when that's your sort of stance.
Yeah, I mean, Form 1 is, again, it can be very defensive, but also it can be quite aggressive. In coming in very quickly there with a knee slide to score that point. Changing of that height, again, utilising that Form 4 there. Jamie playing with that kind of distance there, just to move out of the way just enough to then bring that down on the leg.
Fantastic play by both of them, being very energetic. Really accurate with their swings here, meaning there is a very, very short bout from both, well, in all three there.
Very nicely done by both athletes there. Very quick duel.
I think I'm definitely going to be nicking some highlights from that duel later.
Especially that first point from Ian, that was a very good point.
Fantastic. It was very close to the throat, but being able just to keep it low enough that it went across the chest, I think, the top of the chest, so the collarbone. Is there a point in the sport where you say there's a definition between throat and collarbone?
It comes down to the, to the official at the time. We try to just avoid that area, completely if we can.
Of course. So, I believe both athletes called an E there, but the ref has called an O.
I think she may have seen something that may make one of those E's be an R.
So I think that's going to be a replay of the point.
It is indeed. So again, very aggressive Form 1 there from Luke as he's moving into that space.
And that brings the score to 1-0 in favour of Reese.
Which just kind of goes to show that sometimes aggression is not always the best way to go, and that you do need to sometimes be defended.
So you probably hear now how loud some of the E's and R's are being called.
Especially from Arena B2, from Luke.
It's one of those times where it's loud enough to stop me from speaking. So I believe that is a 3-0 victory there for Reese. We're now about to come into George versus Jamie. Jamie McGee. Fantastic. Let's update about that. And let's take those points off there.
So again, both athletes kind of moving around quite a fair bit. Again, trying to find those opportunities.
But I believe
Doppio was called.
So I believe Reese there has actually is sporting what one might call like a Padawan braid down the back.
Despite the fact that he is no longer a Padawan. It's part of Jamie's distinctive look for sure.
I think dedication to the activities that you love.
Yeah, definitely. However, Jamie has conceded 2 points there now, which will bring the end to that. A 2-0 victory for George Rose.
As I said earlier, being a kid of the 90s and all that, like there was a point that I very much wanted a Padawan braid as well. Go for the full Ewan McGregor look.
Yeah.
So do we know where both Sean and Greg are from?
I believe they're both from Birmingham, or they could be Birmingham Coventry. I'm not 100% sure.
From the look of them, I must admit, both of them very intently staring at the other. It does seem that they might have had quite a bit of experience against each other before now.
It looks like it, doesn't it?
No.
I'll just very quickly check just to see if I can find out exactly where they are from.
I've got to say, there was a very impressive block by Sean, who he has just conceded a point, so there is a point going to Greg here.
So Sean,
there was a very impressive block where Sean actually held his blade straight there and just tapped it on the tip.
Yeah.
Very precise.
So Sean's actually from Coventry, so he's again one of the new intake from a very new academy.
I believe that's 2-0 in favour of Greg. He's now making very, very accurate and precise strikes. A little bit of a feint towards the head there to try and make a bit of an opening. Right, I thought there was an R call. The reaction time from both athletes there, fantastic. Being able to make those blocks as well as changing for a very decisive strike against each other. Fantastic brain power.
Yeah, they're clearly both trying to gauge each other and both trying to find those very quick opportunities. Sean there attempting to do a little bit of holding that centre. However, Greg managed to find a way around and score that point for a 3-0 victory to Greg there.
So, how would you call the importance of? Would you say in the bouts, are we looking more for smart plays or reactionary instinct?
There's going to be a bit of both, in all fairness. So you're going to have some reactionary, especially if you're more of that, reactionary type of fighter. But then other fighters, other athletes, will be more planning and trying to work out and doing that sort of thing.
So here is Clarissa versus Jamie. I believe that's a point for Jamie. And a point for I may have missed a point earlier. So again, both athletes testing each other out. I believe from Clarissa, with a one-handed grip here, this is more towards form 2, would it?
Correct, yeah, whereas Jamie's got a little bit more, he's studied a few more of the advanced forms, or at least part of them anyway. So he's then utilising some of those other forms to try and get around that form 2 Guardia, which has kind of worked out for him, especially in this particular duel.
Though, as I say, again, from a layperson's point of view, taking a form 2 stance from Clarissa there, being a little bit shorter than her opponent, might be a clever move, giving you that extra little bit of reach by just having the one arm.
Potentially, yeah. However, again, just because the hilt itself is a target, although it puts that blade a little bit closer to your opponent, it also puts that hilt and therefore the E target also a little bit closer to your opponent. So it has that kind of benefit, but also drawback a little bit as well.
So in terms of that, if you're using it in that sense, it's more defensive than aggressive.
Exactly. It looks like we may be having a bit of a lightsaber malfunction on the arena.
Oh, you don't want to see it.
Sounds like a speaker may not be working effectively.
And we're back up. Ooh, fantastic strike there to...
Very quick strike there.
So that's the first point there for Luke, I believe. Now, might this be considered a stab? As it did look like Luke, at least on the camera. I was watching through the camera as
could
opposed
very
to
much be a case of what the officials are discussing. So we will see. There we go. So you are correct.
Yeah, I'm learning. See great teachers sit next to you for a bit, and I start like learning. There we go. There's an advertisement. If you want to learn quick, go to Manchester Ludo Academy.
By all means, you'll be more than welcome.
With Luke taking another point, ending at 2-0 in favour of Luke. So next we've got Ian versus George.
And I believe George may be studying under Ian at the moment in Form 4, so again, we shall see some old foes. Or people who are very used to fighting one another.
But again, from Ian's point of view, then it's very much a case of if he wins, that's great. If he loses, he trains someone who beat him.
Mm-hmm.
So not a bad situation to be in, but it does look like Ian is. I think Ian might be going for some style points here.
Yeah, I mean, that was particularly nice. Placed the blade in one place and then changed it as George was moving through that space.
Fantastic.
Almost
shoulder.
a nonchalant kind of moving away there from the blade.
True. I think as well, we see from Ian there, he made contact 3 times with the blade there just to make sure. The first one getting the E. No, the R.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first one getting the R, and then following.
Sorry, first one getting the
getting the
E, and then the second 2 getting R's. Again, it's just part of continuing that motion until you've scored that point.
Until the ref tells you that you've scored.
Exactly.
I thought there was a ball pulled there, but there wasn't. Oh.
Not quite sure what happened there. Maybe Reese hit himself with his own saber.
I think it
Or
might
maybe
have just
Jamie
been
managed to
slightly on
just
the
catch
thigh,
it.
I think Jamie just dragged it across the thigh of Reese.
Again, going for those legs once again.
Reese using a lot of jumping there to try and get out of range. Well, for the first time, though, I think Reese was actually on the attack there. I'm not quite sure what happened there.
Neither are the rest, which is probably why they've declared a continuare for it to continue going. Oh, we have our first foray of the day.
It's unfortunately just stepping outside of the arena there. Jamie even, really pushing hard on Reese there. It's impressive that he didn't step out in any of the other times, really, with how hard he was being pressed there by Jamie. So which academy is Jamie from, do you know?
So Jamie is from the Cheltenham Academy, and Reese is from the Coventry Academy.
So we have an off there. Very fast play by both of them. Now, would I be wrong in saying that these are 2 players who have been going for quite some time?
They've both been studying for quite a while. I know Clarissa's taken a fairly large break and has just come back recently into the sport. some action going on the B pool over there.
I really wish I turned the camera so that you could see that in this ref sound, with one player actually grounding themselves on the floor and still being able to defend them. There we go.
Ian has received a white card, however, for some hard strikes.
Fantastic play there, but it's being called a doppio, I believe, for both of them making contact at the same time. I think this is the last bout of this round.
It looks like we're on our final point now for this final fight of Pool A1 before the style judge switches.
Let's see what comes on. So that looks like it's a 2-1
victory for Ian Smith.
Both of them fighting it through incredibly well there.
We still have 2 more fights over in Pool B2 before the style judge switch.
Well, while that happens, I'm just going to get the names in nice and ready because otherwise I will miss it. So our next ones that officially we're looking at are going to be Alex versus Roof, but at the moment in B2, who is still playing, we have... Who do we have?
Dan Beck versus Luke Tull, so Dan in the beaver tunic or in the tan, and Luke Tull in the green and the black long sleeves.
Oh, lovely, lovely strike from both of them there. Like from, I believe, Ian, is it in the... Dan in the green.
Luke in the green and
Luke.
Dan in the brown, yeah.
With an over-the-shoulder strike there. Very nice. I've got to ask, is there a reason it's called beaver? Is that just a...
I think it's just a colour choice.
Is that the manufacturer's name, is it? Like,
yeah.
It's like eggshell white.
Exactly. So again, Luke really just trying to control that space and force Dan to be on that back foot.
Of course. As we see there, not quite on the camera angle, but Luke getting an extra 2 strikes in after the actual killing blow just to make sure.
You can see here Luke as well, really shifting that upper body and lower body, really kind of utilising that form 4. It's kind of his preferred style. Even if he tries to tell people that it's form 1, it's not, it's form 4. With a little bit of form 5 in there, just to kind of show that aggression.
So one thing I'm starting to see and sort of like feel then with players continuing on their attack after they've actually made the initial killing strike.
Yes.
Very much. It seems it's more a case of not quite that they've planned it through, but almost that they're following through with what would have been my next step.
Exactly.
In the sense of if their first attack had been parried or missed, they've got the second or potentially third lined up in the...
That's exactly what it is. So because you can't guarantee that you'd score a point on any particular strike, you want to be continuing on, making sure that you're going on to that next movement, so that if you are parried or blocked, you can then continue to press on.
Fantastic.
So we have Danny Kay and Chris Beattie here. Danny Kay in the yellow, Chris Beattie in the beaver. Danny Kay from the Birmingham Academy, and Chris Beattie being our second athlete that we're seeing from Hampshire.
See? So I believe there was a white card there for missing declarations. Oh, and a yellow card. I believe for missing declarations that could have been a point awarded against him.
Was it a yellow one? It looks like they've put down white on the sheet for me.
So I believe our lad in yellow got a yellow, I think. Yeah, and a point against him there. But still sporting
Okay,
up.
yep, so Chris received a white card for declarations, but Danny Kay did indeed receive a yellow for those declarations as well.
So I must admit, one of the things that always surprises and still impresses me a lot of the times is the amount of times that the blades actually don't come in contact with each other. I think, you know, everyone's, when you watch anything on film, sort of like everyone's always expecting that, you know, people are aiming for blade on blade a lot of the time. But really, being able to move your body out of the way while you're still also going on to the attack is just as good as making contact with them, you know, in a parry.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is part of it as well. It's like we train this idea of going for the target rather than going for the blade, because ultimately it's the target that gets you the point, not the blade. But sometimes attacking that blade to move it out of the way, to give yourself that opportunity, you know, gives you a bit of a valuable, you know, point there that you could potentially score.
So I think we're just having a clarification if they felt contact on themselves.
That is a 2-1 victory there for Chris Beattie.
And I believe that is the last of that round.
Yep, and we're just going to be swapping style judges now.
Do we have a short break in between the style judges?
Be a very brief break.
Very brief break. No worries. Well, for this very brief break, I'm just going to see if I can put something on so I can stop talking at you for a moment. We will find out if that's possible very soon. Right, as it stands, you might just have my docile tones for a moment as I try and riff something. So we are just swapping over the style judges at the moment. So of course we have both style and war that players are competing for. Style being based on your proficiency in your chosen form that you're doing. So each arena has a style judge assigned to it, and the reason why we're swapping over now is to make sure that there's no bias from any of the style judges, because players now, they've played half of their rounds and they're about to play their second half of rounds now. Being able to compete in front of a different style judge just helps us average out the points that each player is going to be receiving during their match. For example, one style judge might favor one form over another, or may have certain knowledge that another one doesn't, that helps affect the scoring that they're giving players. So this just allows for a nice, more even spread of scoring.
I will let you attempt to explain this LudoSport tradition.
So we have some Bilar here that's just been given to us. So there is the unofficial suite of LudoSport in general that the Swedes always bring with them. So we have quite a few Swedish officials here today. So they always bring with them this Bilar, which is like their unofficial suite. I'm not trying to sell it, but it is good stuff.
Well, I can say we're not sponsored, but
But Bilar, if you are watching, please do send us some of that Bilar money.
Yeah, no, of course, we're not going to say no if you want to sponsor it, but Bilar, so what are these?
It's like a sweet, it's like, I mean, this is the sour one.
Sour, so we'll find out on.
Yeah.
That
Like
is
a
just sugar,
marshmallow.
isn't it?
Yeah,
that
exactly.
is just pure sugar.
I'm pretty sure this is what fuels the Swedish athletes all the time, is using this kind of Bilar for sure.
Lovely, so
I'll hand this back to you.
So that's what fuels all the jumping in the arena. Oh wow, that is sour. That's just
It
it
hits
now.
you a little
Yeah,
bit
it's got
later.
me.
They've got quite a few other flavours, like so they've got like the the original, and then they've got like the like salted licorice and stuff like that.
Again,
as well.
we're not sponsored.
Not sponsored.
I just need to say that. YouTube, don't take us down.
The Bilar, if you do want to sponsor us, we probably single-handedly keep your product going. Okay, so it looks like we are beginning now the second half of the pools.
So we're in
Nostalgia Suite.
Pool B2, which I believe is
Alex
Ruth.
Hewitt and Ruth Clare, yep. Ruth you would have seen in the last stream, again, being one of our new Manchester members.
Receiving 2 E's very quickly there, but being able to regain her position in the middle of the arena.
Again, trying to maintain very composed. Both of them are fairly new athletes as well, so again, in a similar situation as one another.
I mean, this might be my catchphrase of the day, but I'm going to say, are they both using Form 1, it seems?
It is correct, yeah.
It's the one form that I can identify.
Consistently recognise. I mean, if you're consistently recognising Form 1, that's a good start for sure.
Form 1, and I think slightly on Form 2, just because I know it's a one-handed form. So I believe
then
that's...
as I get into the advanced forms, that's where it gets really muddy, because again, there's some one-handed stuff, some two-handed stuff, and it's generally looking at the the overall thing.
At that point, it becomes far too advanced for me, and I just rely on your knowledge at that point.
So again, we got Luke versus Thomas here. Again, Thomas from Birmingham, Luke being from Bristol, former UK arena champion as well in 2022, I believe.
I mean, you can tell just from the speed of that point.
Yeah, he's very, very talented athlete. Just a lovely, absolute lovely bit of Form 4 there.
Well, I must admit, I genuinely thought that was coming for our heads then. That's a lovely aggressive form, play style he's got. Breaking the guard there very nicely.
Again, using those big, strong hits above the head to try and intimidate his opponent, which worked, made him flinch, and then opened up a space for him to then advance in and continue to score those points.
I'm not going to lie, flinching is if that's all you do there, that's very good. Keeping your head there. For me, I think I would have ran.
Yeah,
that was a fantastic showing from both athletes there, I think.
Yeah,
as you say, one of them from sort of coming with their pedigree of championships, and the other one just being able to stand there and sort of take it.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where we it's a good opportunity, these kind of tournaments, because you get to fight people who you may not necessarily have fought before, and people of all different levels. So you may have heard Danny Kay there saying E rather than E. It's a little bit of a Brummy twang to the E declaration there. Just kind of making his way in there, catching that E declaration, and then continuing on through. Dan trying to use a bit more Form 2 here to try and keep him at bay. But unfortunately had his own blade hit against his own leg. So that is a 2-1 victory for Danny Kay.
Again, it's disappointing when it happens to you, but good showing to announce it and admit when that...
Exactly.
So now we have, I believe, Chris and Andrea. Oh, sorry.
Andrea.
Andrea.
And then Chris utilising a bit more of a Form 2 style. And Andrea kind of opting to do the similar as well. So both trying to use Form 2 to get that kind of opportunity. Trying on switching really into a bit more Form 3 there, as he's realised that Form 2 is not necessarily working as well as he was hoping.
So both athletes are just guessing, quite experienced.
Yeah, so again, they've both been going for quite some time now. Chris being an instructor in Form 1, practitioner in Form 2, and Andrea, I believe, an instructor in Form 1 and Form 3. But also has done a little bit of Form 4 as well as an athlete.
So one thing I've got to note here for anyone watching is Dan doesn't have any notes in front of himself. He just knows this off the top of his head. Which I'm thoroughly impressed with, but I think it also speaks to the community of the sport.
Yeah.
That you're meeting these people, you're training them, you're getting to know everyone.
Yeah, it's the kind of the beauty of being quite a small sport, I suppose. It's quite a small community at the moment, and being in the position that I'm in, I speak to a lot of the different instructors at the different academies, and they tell me about their students, so I tend to know a little bit about the students before I even meet them, which is always quite a nice thing as well when instructors like to boast about the students, how well they're doing. And in some rare cases, moan about some students as well, but I won't divulge who.
Keeping the confidentiality there.
Of course. What happens in the instructor chat stays in the instructor chat. Danny taking his sweet time getting back to his starting position there.
Well, sometimes it's good for a little bit of a breather. Ooh!
Looks like there may have been
Lovely
an
there.
ears coming through.
Let's see how that works out. Beautiful, beautiful little, what I would call a swan dive.
Oh. Very close to that edge of the arena there. Literally stayed in by his big toe.
Again.
You kind of see Henrik's hand go up as he thinks he goes out, and then goes, nope, he's still just in.
Dan really working there to make Thomas have to think about what was going on there.
Definitely. But again, the more you can make them kind of think, the less time they have then to actually, kind of formulate their own plan. Exactly, yeah.
So now we have Dan versus Andrea. I think in a moment, which is having a slight discussion with the judges. Shall we have a look at number one for a moment? Let's see what's going on over here. So, both arenas having ref discussions at the same time now.
Sometimes
to find something fun to watch.
Sometimes the issue that we have.
And it sounds like, there we go. Players have just been called forward. So Andrea and Dan.
So just as we are at this kind of just past this halfway point, we might as well talk about style a little bit again.
Oh, yeah.
So in Pool A1, currently the person who is taking the lead in style is Ian Smith with a 6.1 style.
Ooh, that is good.
With George Rose not being too far away on 6.0. And then over on Pool B2, we have quite a large lead by Luke Tull on 6.3, with Danny Kay being on 6.2, and then Andrea and Dan Beck also on that 6.1 kind of cusp as well. So again, both doing very well, very close so far with the overall style rankings.
So very, very high. I mean, as you mentioned before, 7 is kind of the benchmark of what some of the best in the sport are currently achieving in style. Mm-hmm. With 10 being the maximum, but again, sort of like one of those goals that almost unattainable, I would say. You never want to say it is unattainable, but
one day we may see it. I mean, they said for a long time, like perfect tens in ice skating was, that was never going to happen, and then it happened. So.
Seen stranger things at sea, I think. So now we have Alex versus Luke.
So currently on the overall style rankings, we do actually have a very close top 3 with Sam, Luke and Dan Barlow, all on that 6.3 area. So it's literally on that 0.0, 0.0 of a, point. Fantastic roll there from Luke.
It's the confidence to go through with that. Very much in the sense of if you misjudge it, it doesn't look great. I think Luke's just moved fast enough there that the camera frames didn't quite catch him.
There's just a blur of green and red. kind of find space to come through.
So he's. I'm going to make the judgment. Luke here is a very acrobatic style of fencer.
So Luke was our first Form 4 instructor in the UK, and he very much just embodies the form, which is why he's just so good at doing those jumps and those rolls and that unpredictability and everything that you kind of want to see in a Form 4 athlete, really.
So now we have Andrea versus Tom.
So again, Andrea kind of utilising some, trying to gain that kind of opportunity there.
At a just to make
You're
it
going to really upset Sad calling it spins.
Okay, well, pirouette. Just to make it very quickly. Again, there, lovely twist.
Every synonym, but rotation. Spin height is again, something that kind of gets utilised in Form 4.
Oh, I've got the scores the wrong way around there, I'm afraid.
That is a 2-1 score for Andrea. Some very nice LudoSport there for sure.
I always find it funny when we use the name of the sport as a verb.
Yeah, yeah.
We do it in every sport and whatnot, but
well, there's no other way to describe it.
True. It always sounds fun in the ear, I think. Side on view.
And Luke now favouring a little bit more Form 5 to really kind of pressure Ruth. But she's still continuing to come through.
Bringing the score to 2-0 for Luke. So Luke really using a lot of space in the arena, allowing... Ooh.
It's so difficult to fight someone when they just do that to you.
Where they're advancing on their knees.
Exactly. Again, it's another kind of tool in the Form 4 athlete's arsenal. That changing of the height and fighting from this low point makes it very difficult to compete against, especially if you're not used to seeing that in the arena.
True. It reminded me of like Tread from Pirates of Penzance there, I think. If you get that reference. Then you probably need to get out more like... Here we go, and I think both athletes are testing each other a little bit. So we've just got a white card there. I think that was for not moving the saber out of the way quick enough.
Correct, yeah.
And we've just seen a change of tempo there from Daniel. But Luke being able to hold his own and just getting that last hit in there. Not entirely sure who got the point there. Oh, it looks like even the score at 2-1 in favour of Daniel there.
Just very quickly check it.
No worries. Again, I've just been left on my own momentarily, so you're going to probably hear some incorrect information coming from me. But the next people to play are Dan and Chris. So Dan and Chris stepping into the arena. In Arena 1, they're still going at it. I believe we have 4 matches left in this bout. just having a few things checked on the ref's table at the moment to make sure that everything is still going as planned.
Just a slight mistake there on the spreadsheet that just needed to be very quickly adjusted.
No. Was it your mistake or someone else's?
Was not my mistake, so that's good.
That's always the way we want it.
So again, we've got Chris utilising some Form 2 here with Dan trying to move that blade out of the way. Trying to find that opportunity. Chris finds it first.
Lovely. So, for anyone who's watching at home, because this might look a little bit weird as Dan raised their blade out of the way very prominently there. If you are stuck in a non-lethal area, you have to move your blade out of the way to allow the potential for a strike.
Correct, yes.
So that's why he lifted it above his head at that time. So it is just for a moment, you have to allow that momentary opportunity for your opponent.
That was a very nice precision there as that strike was coming in. Took the hands, continued on through the point there. Very well done.
Fantastic. Leaving the score there, I believe, at 2-1 in favour of Dan.
Correct.
So now we have Alex versus Andrea. As we're getting towards the end of this pool, I've just realised how much I wish I packed a lunch. We can really see from both of these players how much respect they have for each other there, in the sense of they've both been known for the last couple of rounds that they've played in to go heavily on the attack, but they've both been a little reluctant to engage each other in striking distance.
Yeah, you can definitely see how they've been watching each other in their previous fights and trying to formulate some sort of game plan for how they're going to compete against them.
That was a far more concise way of saying what I tried to ramble on about then. Ooh.
Again, a nice attempt at a Chirkalari then. It's a shame that Andrea kind of moved away, hopefully hoping for Alex to kind of follow. But he didn't quite do that, but then followed anyway with another point, all the same.
So we're now on our penultimate match, which is going to be Thomas versus Chris. I'm not sure if anyone watching can actually hear the sound of the sabers meeting, but I mean the clap there was something to. I wouldn't want to have been hit by that one.
Oh no, definitely not. And this is very much the difference though between hitting the sabers and then hitting the body. Hit the saber, yeah, you can hit that quite hard. Hit the body, no. Chris there doing a very classic Form 2 movement there, catching that hands, moving through for that point. And again, just very much there on the precision for Chris. Saw that coming in, moved his saber up just to catch those hands, and to just finish off with the point there.
I think his feet were already in the position to follow through with that lunge there as well.
Yeah. Very much a case of he read it and kind of went for it.
Fantastic play there, ending on a 2-1 win for Chris, followed by our final bout of this, Ruth versus Daniel.
Yep.
So again, we're seeing quite a difference in height sizes there and reach.
Made even more so when Danny decides to do a jump.
True.
But again, Ruth just keeping her composure.
True. holding her ground very much.
Looks like she may have connected with that ratio. Or there may have been a card being awarded to Ruth for her declarations.
So a yellow card gives a point to Daniel.
Yep.
So it's a yellow card for declaration.
Yeah. So she's coming for that ratio. Danny Kay's caught it on the wrist, and she's continued to go through, which has then lost that opportunity for Danny to score that point.
It looks like Danny's going for some flashy throws to get her to get Ruth to kind of guard in one area so that he can redirect.
Exactly. Yeah.
So that's a 3-0 win for Danny, I believe that.
Yep. Again, kind of going for that change of height as well at the end there, just to try and get that point to come through.
Fantastic. So that's the end of Pool B2. We can actually have a little look at how Pool A2 is currently going.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure who these players are.
So we have Sean Muller and George Rose. George being the one who's just done the dive there to catch that point with an offhand dive.
Fantastic work. So this is the third. Well, we're just moving into the penultimate one of Pool A2. So my mind has already started going.
We still have 2 more pools to go, my friend.
We do still have 2 more pools. So now we've got, I believe this is Greg versus Clarice.
Yep, Clarissa, yeah.
Clarissa, sorry.
Again, so we've got our Birmingham, a new member from Birmingham, and Clarissa, who's been doing the sport for a while now. But as I say, with a bit of a break.
I believe that's possibly both making contact at the same time and getting a doppio.
Quite possibly, so the referees are just trying to work it out now. They've got a little bit turned around.
I mean, it's an easy thing to do in the heat of the moment.
Indeed.
So the score is currently 1-0 in favour of Clarissa. I believe that's 2-0 now for Clarissa. I apologise, I haven't got the score on the screen for the people at home.
Yep, so it's currently 2-0 for Clarissa, yeah.
And there we go, 3-0 for Clarissa. Ending that round and coming into the final round of Pool A2. I'm learning to count still. A2, which is going to be Luke versus Ian. So I believe that's Ian in the red.
Correct, yeah.
Luke in the black.
So again, a very nice point there again, coming through, taking those hands and then moving through for that point. Unlucky on that one in particular. Kind of went in to go do what looked like potentially the same thing on the other side, but Luke was a little bit more ready for it this time. Just holding his guard, waiting for that opportunity and then striking as quickly as he can.
The score then leaves at
2-1 to Luke Dole. And that brings us to the end of A2 and B2. So we'll have a very short break again just to allow for the athletes just to warm up for pools A3 and B3. And yeah, we'll be right back.
Fantastic. So we're going to be back in roughly 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
In about 5-10 minutes, we'll be back with you. Until then, I'm going to see if I can get you some adverts playing so we get some music going. But we'll be back in between 5 to 10 minutes with pools A3 and A4. And does that...
A3 and B3.
Sorry, A3 and B3.
You went into paper. Then.
I did, didn't I? Oh, dear Lord. As I say, I shouldn't have stayed up watching the election. But no. So just to clarify as well, so after the next pools, A3 and B3, is at the end of the day. So A3, B3, last pools of the day, and then tomorrow we enter the morning with the beginning knockout stages.
Correct, yeah. So we'll have the first 16, then we'll move on to the 32s, 16s, 8s, 4s, and then the finals.
Fantastic. Well, we will be back in about 10 minutes. Hello, we're back at the LudoSport UKARENA 2024. I'm Sam from Shots On, and with me is Dan.
From LudoSport Manchester.
We're getting good at the re-intros, I think.
We are starting to get practiced.
Yeah, well, as I say, so like you're getting practice at going on the live stream. I'm getting practice at Ludo.
Exactly.
I'm learning some Italian.
We're both learning new skills.
I think mine's more useful.
I don't know. Mine's pretty good.
But so we're about to go into the third pool set now. So pools A3 and B3. What we're going to do is we've done through the rest of the day. If you've only just joined us now, we're going to show the first half of Pool A. So every competitor is going to have at least 3 games streamed. And then when the judges swap over in the halfway point, we're going to then swap to Pool B3. So again, every competitor in that group is going to get at least 3 games on the stream. So if you're watching for a specific athlete, do stay with us. You will be able to see them at least in 3 of their bouts. So at the moment, again, the refs are just instructing their group in terms of any little technical issues that they need to come about, checking equipment, making sure all piercings and jewelry have been removed or covered up.
Yep.
It's what we see with a lot of the masks. In this group, especially, I think we've got 3 athletes who are wearing masks to cover jewelry that can't be removed.
Yep, very well-paced people.
But not with the saber.
No.
Is the thing. As we know, you cannot lunge or jab with the tip of the saber. So the pool will be starting soon.
Yep. So they're basically doing like the security, their safety checks right now, making sure people are wearing gloves, or that they've got the correct gloves, that they've got piercings removed where they can remove them, or they're like right now they're taking gloves off to check for rings, all that sort of stuff. Same thing's happening currently over in Pool B as well.
No knuckle dusters.
Exactly, yeah.
Of course, we have had a little bit of a longer break, I think, as a lot of the officials having to try and get into the single toilet that we've got.
Yeah,
not at the same time, of course. They're making sure everyone's primed and ready.
Yeah. Now that is not the unfortunate camera angle there of athletes tapping their groins for their groin cards. It's not something you necessarily want to see, but again, at the same time, it means that they are fully protected.
I'm gonna go on the high ground here and not make some of the jokes I was gonna. But yeah, no, as we've seen in some of the bouts, it is essential kit to make sure you're nice and protected down there.
Exactly, yeah.
Always have protection.
It's always like a satisfying sound when you hear the box, because you go, oh, what could have been?
Yeah, you want a clang rather than a pop. I think
Exactly.
The sounds you're looking for there.
Especially with these sabers in particular as well. It can hurt if there's a bit of force put behind it as well.
Oh, of course. I mean, you do seem to, you can get quite a whipping motion, it seems, on some of the...
Exactly. However, it is still a valid target and therefore still gets you an R.
So you heard it here first. Make sure that you minimize all the target areas.
Good.
Yeah. Right. So I think we are coming towards the refs chat here.
Yep.
So, can you run us through how tomorrow's going to play? How the tournament's going to? So today we've had the pool play. So this has been setting every athlete to score points essentially.
Correct.
To set their place for tomorrow morning.
Yep. So the way it's going to work for tomorrow then is everyone will get through to the elimination round, so everyone will have at least one fight tomorrow. Because we've got 48 athletes, that doesn't quite fit into a nice easy 32 into 16. So what we'll have first is we'll have the first 32 people will fight for the final 16 places. Okay.
So an instant death in the morning.
Exactly. 16 people will be given an immediate pass through to the next round of the eliminations. So then the first 32 people are going to fight out for those last 16 slots in those final 16 finals. Then we'll then proceed in the same way. So we'll go from 16, then everyone will get knocked out. Well, not everyone, but half the people will get knocked out. We'll have the 8 finals, then the semi-finals, and then finally we'll have our full finals, then our semi-finals, and then finally our grand finals, where we'll have our first and second place and also our third and fourth place playoff as well in the afternoon.
Fantastic. So it's also to be noted that Ludo isn't just about the war of it as well. You've also got the style.
Correct.
So potentially, I'd imagine even someone who's knocked out earlier in the tournament still has opportunity to place highly in the style side of the competition. Again, the style being judged by 2 independent judges who are there to sort of like say how someone's form is, make sure that they're performing their strikes correctly.
Yeah, so that make sure that they're kind of doing LudoSport and not doing some random stuff. So we have Bart and Philip. So Bart from LudoSport France, and we have Philip from Sweden as well, who are our style judges today. Both of them doing very good work.
So I believe we're just about to start back up now with, this is going to be Ariana versus Simon?
Simon, yep.
Simon? I don't seem to have updated that.
So Simon has been is from our Bristol Academy, and has been going for a few years now. Ariana is a fairly new member from the Coventry Academy.
So Coventry is one of the younger academies of the...
Yeah, they literally started, I believe, in January this year. So very, very quick. Very, very new. And they've got a full class, and they're looking to add more people in September and also in January as well. So 2 very quick points there from Simon.
Ends it on 2-0 in favour of Simon. Now we're moving on to Matt versus Colin. Now I believe Colin is a Manchester.
Correct, yeah. So he's one of our new Manchester members. Started in September of last year, so fairly new. Whereas Matt has been training for a little bit longer, for a couple of years at this point.
I must admit, for me, Colin being very recognisable for his beard and mask combination.
Yeah.
And I believe that is a first point there for
Colin, yeah.
For Colin. Ooh. Now this might be a doppio. Rather close, I think, having a little bit of a discussion.
Everyone's coming in for this to check what's going on.
Are we allowed to go in? No.
I don't think we are.
But we do have a card coming out here.
Yeah. So a yellow card for declarations there towards Colin, which will give Matt the point. Better declaration that time from Colin.
I think once you lose a point due to declarations.
Yeah, and again, it's like one of the, let's say part of this core value of the sport is, the respect, and we are a self-declarating sport, so you have to declare. If you're not declaring, you will get penalised. So, yeah.
Fantastic. So we now have
Megan versus Esme. So Megan being one of the podium finishers at Bristol, and Esme being one of the slightly newer members over at Birmingham.
So it looks like we've just got a little issue with one of the sabres there. So I think this is a lighting issue.
Yeah.
So again, as noted earlier, as you explained to me at the beginning of it, the light and the actual change of light as it makes contact is actually quite important to allow us to see when contact has been made.
Exactly. It makes it a lot easier for the officials to see when there's been contact made. A nice change of angle there from Megan to score that point.
Just making sure I give the right point there.
There's some quite nice form one as well from Esme here. Again, trying different attacks and to move around her opponent.
So again, it's still all to play for. As we've said earlier, that the points scored win the bout, but the more points you have by the end of the day is going to affect your placement for tomorrow. So even this last point for Esme is still vital. I believe that's a 3-0 win there for Meg. We'll have Ariana versus Matt.
So again, both of these athletes are from
Coventry?
Well, no, so Ariana is from Coventry and Matt is from Birmingham. However, they do train together occasionally.
Of course, not being too far apart from each other. It's very much like the Manchester and Liverpool connection.
And that is going to be a very obvious doppio there. And Matt trying to find his way through.
I believe that's 1-0 for Matt there.
I believe so.
Trying to remember the both of them getting an E on each other just moments before, knocking them both to take a step backwards from each other.
And that brings the end there for Matt and Ariana with a 2-0 win for Matt.
Fantastic. So now we have Colin versus Megan. I think we've just seen both of these play just a couple of, or both of these compete just a couple of moments ago.
Yep.
I think Megan is just trying to find a saber that is currently charged.
It looks actually like Megan is coming in with daggers.
Oh, this is interesting.
So this will be a little bit of fun, I think.
So this is something that I wasn't aware. You're able to change the weapons that
You are indeed allowed to change weapons between bouts. You can't out, but you can definitely change it between bouts. A nice bit of dagger work there from Megan. Establishing very quickly that she's not to be messed with.
So again, at this point, Colin has the reach advantage, but using two blades there, Megan's really able to take that advantage away from Colin.
Exactly, yeah.
Using one defensively and one offensively. It's a very difficult thing to be able to protect yourself.
It's what makes daggers, you know, quite a powerful tool. Again, you know, you lose that reach because of the fact that they are shorter blades, but because you have that second one, it does allow you to essentially use them as essentially a sword and shield-esque, you know, way. Moving into that final point. Megan did not look happy about that final point. Possibly because it was a little bit too quick for her and she couldn't really show off anything else.
Was that a 3-1?
That was a 3-0 victory there for Megan.
3-0 for Megan. Of course. So now we have Bruce versus Cameron. Very quick plays from both of them there. So quick, I almost missed it. But that is a point for, I think, Cameron.
Yep, that is correct.
There we go.
So Cameron again is very epic, you know, competitor. Has represented the UK on more than one occasion at Champions Arena.
I can see why.
Yeah. I believe he's also came first for War and Style at the Cheltenham Academy tournament as well earlier on this year.
That's fantastic play. That's a 3-0 win there for Cameron. Now we're going to see the return of Megan and Ariana. I've got on a bit of a technical note here, I've got to commend whoever it is who sets up the score sheet for Ludo tournaments. Very impressively set up and sort of like ran, I think.
I believe that is Chancellor of Incom who created the spreadsheets that we all use. And again, they do work really well and make life so much easier than trying to make your own.
To show my professionalism then, I just tried to take a photo with the camera turned off. Doppio there.
Megan probing, trying to find her way through. Potentially a doppio there, but we will see in just a moment. It looks like Megan was ever so slightly quicker.
I believe leads the score at 2-0 for Megan, with Simon and Bruce coming in now. That is how it's pronounced, Simon, isn't it?
Simon, yeah.
As I say, I'm not a very smart man, so I do need help from time to time.
That's why I'm here. So again, Bruce just opening, catches that E, and then continues through with a cheeky offhand.
I think I got the score wrong there. So again, this might be a doppio. Oh, it is a doppio.
It is indeed a doppio. Again, both just kind of testing each other out.
So, not the fast bout that we've seen, but definitely a very controlled, as you say, testing of each other.
Exactly, yeah. Just trying to find those openings and trying to get through. This is the kind of thing you'll see in a lot of bouts. Some of them will be really quick. Others will be more testing, trying to find the kind of gaps and the spaces where they can get through.
So, in terms of this, we did see a thrust forward there from Simon. Mm-hmm. Is that likely to be called upon here?
It depends entirely on whether it was outside of the body.
Oh, of course. So if your blade is actually directed towards the side of the body,
it's then perfectly fine, and it's semi-affundo or a half stab because you are bringing the saber blade out of the line of the opponent, therefore making it safe. Which very clearly it was very controlled, and again out of that line. So therefore, nothing's been done to kind of penalise that whatsoever.
Fantastic play. I mean, that's another a very obvious example, I think, of when we look at things like style, to actually say why it's important for people to train in Ludo before, so as I say, just getting in and get about a bit.
And it's whole part of the classes that you'll come to, train on these kind of control and making sure that things are being done correctly with the movement and really moving around. If you don't move, what tends to happen is those lines come straight across the opponent or become particularly stabby. So it's something, here that, our athletes need to be aware of and make sure that they don't do and therefore get penalised for.
Okay. So we're seeing a white, or possibly a white and a yellow card here.
So it looks like we're going to have May. We've got a yellow card against Colin.
So a yellow card giving a point to Esme.
So I think that yellow card may have been for the angle of that blade coming across the body and being somewhat dangerous.
So the refs now just asking if they know who took the first hit there. As we say, it's a self-declarating sport. People are expected to very much play with honor here and announce
Exactly.
if you think that you were hit first.
Yep.
I believe that was called for neither.
So again, very straight on from Colin there. So he's really running the risk of getting penalised once again for that kind of charging and being in that dangerous position. He really needs to kind of step off the line a little bit more to make it a little bit more safer for his opponent.
So Colin is in the Manchester school.
Correct.
So are these are going to be some points that are brought back with
This
you?
is something that we're going to talk about on Tuesday.
So I believe that was a doppio, leaving the score at 1-1. Our next competitors coming up are going to be Bruce and Matt. So Bruce and Matt entering the arena. Megan's getting some support on the chat. There we go.
So
Both of them taking.
Yep, both kind of opting there for a little bit of form 2 to kind of play around.
Yeah, that was the one thing that I could say. Then that was form 2, and you stole it from me.
I'm sorry.
You got in there.
I'm sorry.
Why not? It just lets me know that I was right in
You
theory.
were incorrect. You were correct. Yeah.
So both these players then using form 2. Presumably that means that they've been training for quite some time.
Yeah, so Matt's been training for a few years at this point, and Bruce started the sport before I did. However, has had a large break due to classes not being available in his area. But he is currently the rector of the New Hampshire Academy, and so he's a Form 1 and I believe a Form 2 instructor as well.
So a bit of a pedigree there.
Yeah.
That was a 3-0 victory for Bruce there. We now have Ariana versus Esme coming into it. There we go, let's update that. Boom. I think I just about got the close-up on that one. I believe that's going to be... Oh, that's a doppio. And a white card, I think, for... not announcements, what do you...
Possibly for the declarations,
That's
yeah.
the word.
Yeah, it was indeed a white card for the declarations.
Both athletes there really respecting the space distance between them at the beginning there.
Yeah, definitely. Again, it's coming down to that. Kind of trying to weigh each other up, trying to work each other out, see how they're going to go about doing it.
I think especially because there's a lot of athletes here who they've competed together a lot, or trained together, I should say.
Yeah.
A lot. And then once you come into an environment like this where you're playing some people that you know very well, some people that you're not,
Yeah.
you are going to be a bit more cautious against the ones that you've not played against so much.
Exactly, especially when you know exactly how in which they fight, because again, it could very much change very quickly. Again, a little bit of form 4 there from Cam.
So
Again with the roll.
are these two athletes who have trained together?
They would have trained together a little bit. Cameron's from Cheltenham and Sai is from Bristol. However, sometimes I am aware that Cameron goes across to Bristol every now and again.
So it's just, for me, one thing that I just saw which I think is very, very smart from Simon if that's the case. Because I thought it might have just been that they've been practicing together. Is when Cameron did his initial dive in, he got the first strike, the E.
Yeah.
The E instantly lunged backwards to make that.
There are a few people who also train Form 4 and no Form, so are very aware of this idea of how quickly that can happen.
True.
So
a
again,
spinning dive, just get away from it.
Exactly. So again, we've got Megan here with daggers. It's nice to see a lot more daggers used at UK Arena this year. Again, partly because we've now got 2 instructors in the UK who can teach it. And so we're starting to get more and more of this kind of, see more of the exotic weapons coming through.
I must admit, I'm still very excited. I saw a Saber staff earlier.
Yeah.
And I've not seen it on the stream yet.
I don't
very
think
excited.
it's going to be used today, and possibly not tomorrow.
You've just broken my heart there, Dan.
Yeah, unfortunately we have no one here in. Unfortunately, no one here in the UK is currently trained to use staff, so it doesn't really get used that often. However, we're hoping that will change next year. Oh, so we do
we've
have a
got a
yellow
yellow.
card to Megan.
I believe this might nullify the point that I gave Megan preemptively. I'm not quite sure what the yellow card is for at the moment.
Hopefully, we will find out in a moment.
So again, we're seeing quite nicely here that, as you mentioned earlier, with the 2 blades being able to use one very defensively, one aggressively.
Exactly,
But
yeah.
Megan is currently on the defense, I believe. Until
Again,
lunging.
trying to cover. She's trying to cover those spaces. You know, cover those attacks coming in from Bruce. Oh, another card is coming out.
Ooh, it's going to be a yellow again.
Missing declarations from the sound of that.
Again, it's not really how you want to be losing points at the moment, with declarations being.
And it's also a little bit demoralising as well when you're picking up a weapon, that you've been training, for a while, and you're losing points because of those declarations and not moving them out of the way.
Of course.
But hopefully Megan can bounce back from this and kind of demonstrate how good with daggers that she, that we know she is.
Play for on points. Even if you lose your bout, just having those points on your sheet will still put you in a better position for tomorrow. So both players giving each other quite a lot of space there. Ooh, very close jab there from Megan, but Bruce just being able to jump outside of her reach there.
Again, this is the difficulty with daggers. They are so much shorter, so it is easier for the long saber use.
And I think also with the height difference to start off with as well, already having a shorter distance for Megan there.
Yeah.
Needing to close that gap very quickly.
Yeah, definitely.
So we're now in our last match before we move on to Group B3. This is going to be Matt versus Cameron.
Yep. And then we will be switching style judges. Looks like B2 has already finished their first half about.
Look raring to go.
Currently waiting to swap.
It's about the time of day that I'm regretting not getting chairs with good lumbar support. Lovely bit of extended lunge work there, going from a 2-handed grip to a 1-handed grip very quickly, changing the dynamic of his play.
Makes a massive amount of difference, especially when you change that height as well, because now it makes it a lot harder to kind of cover against those lower strikes.
I believe that's 2-0 for... So that's a technical stoppage there. So they're going to replay the point. Cameron there going very aggressive and very quick into the play there. Matt doing well to stand his ground. Unfortunately, Cameron just breaking that defense. So we're now going to swap over the style judges. So as Dan explained earlier in the day, this is so that both sets of pools have both judges watching them at various points.
Exactly.
To even out the score.
Yeah, to balance it out a bit, exactly.
To make sure, you know, that everyone's individual style is taken into account.
Exactly. And some style judges may have a slight preference for, you know, a certain style or a certain way of fighting, so there may be a little bit more, maybe a little bit different on their style, on their style scoring, and this kind of allows for that kind of average out so that it's very close. I mean, I can say as well that they're very close anyway on how they're scoring people. There's no massive variation between the two style judges, which is always good to see.
Are we able to get an idea of how the styles are going at the moment?
Yeah, so we can look at the pools. I mean, I don't really want to be showing the overall style rankings yet, just because, again, it's all to play for.
Keep it a bit of mystery, a bit of
a little bit, and then look at it towards the end of the, once we get to the end of this pool. But in Pool A, we're currently seeing that Will Vaughan is at the top with 6.4, which probably puts him actually at the top overall at the moment. Not quite, but very close, because in Pool A1, we're seeing Cameron Wilson also on 6.433, so being 0.033 higher than Will. So again, we're seeing some really good style today from these two, athletes.
Incredibly close.
In their respective pools, Will is quite far ahead in his on that 6.4, with Hannah being very close behind on 6.966 and Andrew Nye on 5.95. So again, that second, third place is very close in Pool B2. And over in Pool A1, again, there's quite a large gap between Cameron and the person who is in second, which is Bruce on 6.15. So again, at the moment, it looks like we may have our top two for style in these pools.
Starting to break away from
but again, there's still 3, maybe 4 fights for a lot of these kind of athletes, so again, it can change quite a fair bit.
There's an entire day tomorrow as well.
And there's an entire day tomorrow. For the most part, styles usually decided very much in these kind of pool stages, just because of you get more fights. For the majority of people, get more fights in the pool stages than they do in the knockouts. So it's usually where most of the weight is put in these kind of pools. However, we saw at the Manchester Academy tournament how someone who was coming in 4th after the pool stages rocketed up and became 1st overall. So
it all can change very quickly.
It can change very quickly.
But speaking of pools and that at the moment, I have just noticed that the single toilet might be available.
Okay.
So it might be a very good time just to take a very quick break, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
We are back for the second half of Pool B2. Two athletes that we've got straight away off the bat here is Harry Martin and Alexander Douglas. Both of them very new members to the sport. Just waiting for Sam to get back from the bathroom. Here he comes, running across like a young gazelle. Fantastic. I clearly paid attention because I did it right.
You did. You set that up perfectly well there. So I believe this is
Alexander Douglas and Harry Martin.
Oh, fantastic. Scoreboard should be up there. There we go.
So again, as I was saying, very, very new members here. Harry Martin, I believe, from the Cheltenham Academy, and Alexander Douglas being from, I think, either Birmingham or Coventry.
The second camera there. So really pushing towards the edge of the arena there. Very, very aggressive play for such, as you say, such new members. The confidence to do that, impressive.
Exactly. I mean, part of it could also be as well that they've seen that the other person is a new member, is also a Form 1, so go, okay, well, this person knows just as much as I do. Maybe I can achieve a lot more.
So now we've got Will versus Thomas. Coming in here. So we're just waiting for the style judge to get back in. And he is looking very stylish in his purple. Lovely bit of distracting, twirling sword play there.
Yeah, Will's trying to use a lot more of the Form 3 and trying to use that kind of idea of, as he's rotating, moving that cover and trying to open and close certain opportunities, trying to get his opponent to react and do something. Doesn't necessarily always work, especially if you've got someone who's a little bit more timid. They may not feel confident to move into that space.
So I think we've also just got a white card there for not moving the saber necessarily far enough out of the space.
Correct, yeah.
Again, very nice pirouetting. Again, a nice thing that Will's doing there, I think, is you see as he makes his turns, is he's snapping his head straight back to look at his opponent.
Exactly.
So he's not taking his eyes off him for long.
Yeah.
I think we can also see, as he's making his jump and his twirls, that he's guarding his back at the same time, which is nice to see.
Exactly. There's no point in presenting your back if it's undefended, because all that's going to happen is you're just going to get hit. That was quite a nice jump into a Form 3-esque Circulare. Again, quite nice.
I must admit, one of my favourite plays from the Manchester and Liverpool tournament that we had 2 weeks ago was someone doing a spin and potentially being peeled like a potato.
Yeah.
There we go. Hannah being very precise here and just very quick to get her first point on the board.
Exactly. It gives her a little bit more breathing room. If she's already got that kind of first spot on the point. Oh, something's been seen by the assistant.
So both players did call an E, so they stepped back from it. But it might be a case of the judges decided that one of them should have been an O.
Possibly, yeah. And so we're going to see that now. Okay. Pulling an Ulo because again, not much is they've not quite been able to work out exactly what's happened there. So we'll call an Ulo so that we'll then go on to replay the round. So again, that height changing. However, Andrew seemed to have got the strike in first. takes a hit to the head, mainly because the blade kind of pulled it in from the looks of that. So it looks like Andy was coming in for a strike to the top of the head, and Hannah pulling the blade over, just brought the blade into herself. But again, good control.
Of course. It's one of those things that no matter how good you are at the sport, you will be hit at some point.
Exactly. It's a contact sport at the end of the day. Sometimes it's going to happen where you get hit either a little bit too hard or get hit somewhere where you shouldn't really get hit, because accidents do happen.
Oh no, of course. I used to coach in it's quad ball I used to coach in. And I used to be called cruel for doing it sometimes, but there's a dodgeball element of the game. When we got new players in, one of the first things I would do is get them hit with one of them so they know, don't worry about it, it's going to happen. It doesn't hurt as badly as it sounds.
Yeah, exactly. Some very quick changes of height there on the strikes from Alan, going for a Fendente, Revatio Fendente. And then Kit's been awarded a white card warning for his declarations being a little bit too slow.
Did I miss a round then? I thought that that was the first round.
You may have missed the very first one, yeah.
Oh wow.
Again, quite quick.
They are very quick plays. You can see the concentration on both their faces. They both want this point.
They're both just trying to find that kind of gap, and Kit manages to open up that spot. Possibly.
We're about to hear about it.
May have seen something. Okay.
I think it's one of the things with such a long day. I mean, we're just coming up to the 4-hour mark of the tournament now and whatnot. You know, throughout the day, small stoppages with the refs. They've been on the job for, on their feet for a long time now, concentrating so hard.
And they're doing fantastic as well. And this is again like why, how we've got such amazing people, in the sport supporting us. Like, these people who give up their opportunity to compete or come across to, from different countries to referee and, be in this kind of position.
I think that's one of the things that you just touched upon there as well. So like the amount of travelling abroad that you can do with LudoSport, is phenomenal to hear. I mean, earlier this year, I believe, were you in France or Italy doing a course?
This year, no, I've not been abroad this year.
Not this year.
But last year, I was away. I was away in France at the end of the year, doing Champions Arena, and then in the summer of last year, I was in Italy learning Form 5. But yeah, you can move all over with it, either from learning new forms or competing, or even officiating as well. We've got a couple of our UK members who have been across to Germany, they've been across to France, Sweden, America quite recently to do their national tournament. So there's definitely that opportunity to kind of go around to all these different places and officiate and style judge and do all this sort of stuff.
It's fantastic.
Good way to see the world for sure.
And I'm just going to throw it out there as well. I also like to travel if you need a live stream. I think sports, especially grassroots sports, where, as you say, this community is small, but it's growing.
Yeah.
They're great opportunities for, pretty much anyone to come in and, get to a position where you are traveling abroad to,
definitely.
To compete in.
And especially the larger and larger we get as well, we're going to need more and more officials and more style judges to, be in those kind of positions and do those kind of tournaments. So the official just checking there with Thomas to see if they felt a strike, and checking with Hannah to see if she felt where she felt the strike.
I think Hannah says that she believes it was just material.
Yeah. And so she's gone, happy to leave the point, we're just going to call Nulo and replay for it as well. So again, this is where the officials take direction from the athletes. It's for them to decide whether, where the point was, as long as it's all done respectfully, of course.
I think this is the first sport that I've, this is the second tournament day that I've filmed with Ludo. I've not seen a single person argue a call.
No.
And I think it's incredibly impressive to me.
Yeah, it's something that we discourage very early on. Even with our children's class, it's all about fair play. It's all about, you know, owning up to your points and accepting the decision from the official.
No, of course. I think we've said it before, but you know, a win's only a win if it's earned.
Exactly. No one wants to, and this is the thing that I genuinely love about the sport is no one wants to win in a cheap way. Everyone wants to, you know, do so cleanly and do so, you know, with a good duel.
So I believe that brings the score to 2-1 in favour of Hannah.
Yeah.
Hannah being the Manchester and Liverpool champion, war and style champion.
Yeah.
She got a sweep of medals last time I saw her.
Yeah, and she's probably looking to try and do really well this weekend as well, because again, she wants to qualify for Champions Arena, which will be in Milan this year.
Ooh, very nice.
So it should be good.
So we have Kit and Andrew coming in. Last time I attempted to go to Milan was a week before the lockdowns were called.
Oh wow. Not the best time to try and go to Milan, really.
No, it wasn't.
And both of them just trying to find that spot, and Andrew finds it first.
It's a lot of probing work from the pair there.
Yeah.
I think possibly Kit thought that he was closer to the edge of the arena than he was.
Looking at his reaction, yeah, definitely.
It's unfortunate. You do have to keep in mind the distances you are. I think because both athletes are moving around a lot, it's very easy to get lost in such a small space.
So I'm not sure what happened there with Andrew in what's possibly a reverse Ferris flop.
As you can see, we're very close to the edge of the arena.
Yep.
So hopefully we're not pulling the athletes off.
Maybe a little bit.
There we go. We'll take bets. So it looks like they're asking the athletes again if either of them felt hits, and they have both said that they haven't and are playing the point. Ooh. It's a lovely play by both of them.
That was this is a Fendente, didn't quite hit, I'm going to go again. and
Sometimes
score the
you
point
just
that
have to
way.
make sure, don't you?
Yeah. Ooh. So the first one was a little bit short, which is why he didn't make contact. Couldn't quite see it from the angle that we were at.
Where it looks like he just got a little bit of a warning to make sure that...
Yeah, just to make sure that he's getting further enough to the back of his opponent's head.
No, of course.
So again, another good show there of respect. Shouting E first, because as he was going in, fell the E, but he scored an R. And then because it was the E first, he's lost that point.
So was that a self-hit there?
That looks like it was a self-hit, yeah, and that's what's been declared.
Again, two very good players. I mean, that was a long bout.
It was probably getting very close to that 90-second limit. We could have seen our first Pine of the day.
I'm waiting for it. I think at the Manchester-Liverpool tournament, we only had one match that hit the Fine.
Yeah.
So, still waiting to see if we get one today. But I believe with only 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, only 8 matches left to go, it might be a little unlikely. So now we have Will versus Harry. Both of them using their footwork very wide to get space and close in very quickly.
Really trying to, one, cover that distance, but also stay out of their opponent's reach. And Will going in for a bit of a sink there.
I must admit, sometimes you just watch them and there's not much you can say about it. You
No.
just have to watch.
So again, Will just trying to find that gap, trying to find that opening. And Harry again, trying to work out where he's going to try and hit Will from.
So I believe that's a 3-0 win there for Will.
Yeah, Will definitely seems to be on fire today, scoring some very, very high style some very high style scores. 6.5 for that one there. So
Wow.
again, doing really well today.
I must admit, I mean, like, I can see how he got those points there. Like, as I say, like, I was just mesmerised watching him.
Yeah.
Is there a particular form sorry, did you say form 5 that he was?
He uses mainly form 3 with a
Form
little
3.
bit of form 4 sprinkled in there.
I see. So this is Thomas versus Kit.
Yep. Again, Thomas, quite new member, with Kit having trained again for coming up to 2 years now.
So Kit taking the first point there. Ooh.
And Thomas just kind of saw which way Kit was going, saw the opening, and went, okay, well, I'm going to take that point then, thank you.
Nice. Equalises it. Very nice play there. So it looks there that's a 2-1 to Thomas. So taking on, as you say, sort of like a very experienced player and coming out on top.
Yeah, both in war and in style as well there.
I think he'll be very happy with that result.
He should be. He certainly should be.
So now we have Alexander and Will.
Again, Alex holding a very strong kind of defensive position with his Guardia, waiting for that opportunity that Will then gave him and went, nope, you're not having that anymore.
Giveth and taketh, I think, isn't it?
Again, this is kind of like part of the whole thing with Form 3, is that you open up a space, you open up a target and bait them, almost trap them, letting them come in and then closing it as soon as you want it to.
So fantastic. So quite a tactical style.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, sorry, form, not style.
Style, form, both the same.
All right. I'll take that then. I've taken that as official gospel that I can say either.
Yes.
So it looks that is a 2-1 with Alexander coming out on top there. Now we've got returning Hannah versus, who's this? Hannah versus Harry. It leads the same way.
It was just so funny. So I've gestured to him to go around us so that he doesn't go in front of the camera, and then in the halfway spot jumps over to go in front of the camera. And sometimes I feel like I need to have a couple of daggers to start directing people like I'm directing airplanes.
Yeah, get the flyers in. I think for a moment now, we've just got a little bit of a downtime as sort of like players get ready on Arena 2. So we just got a little bit of Arena 1 for you here. I'm not quite sure who these two are.
So it is Colin and Cy.
Colin and Cy. Score is
Very
currently,
quick point there. And Cy wins.
2-1.
A really quick duel there.
That was a quick duel. Oh, very nice. But we're coming towards the end of day 1. We've got 5 duels left to play. So we're going to be going back to Arena 1. So Arena 2. Oh, I'm going to get my words right one day, I tell you. Back on Arena 2, just as we're getting ready. I'm not quite sure what the hold-up is at the moment.
I will go find out.
I think it's going to be sorted out very soon. Dan is on the case. He's gone over to check out what's going on. We'll have a look at Arena number 1 again. And see how is it going. So that's a point I believe that's 1-1 in Arena 1. And we've just got Arena 1 on briefly before moving back to Arena 2 for the last 5 duels of the day. From Pool B3, you're currently watching Pool A3 because it's a bit more entertaining than watching an empty arena. This might be a good chance to say, if you haven't already, give us a like and a subscribe. It really helps us out. Shots On prioritise filming grassroots sports, nerdy sports and sports that showcase diversity, gender equality and good sportsmanship, which LudoSport has spades of. So if you want to help us out so we can film more tournaments, more Ludo, and find other new interesting activities and sports that you can sink your teeth into, we'd really appreciate a good old subscribe to the channel. We're almost at 500. Could you be the 500th person? And Dan has run back.
Run away.
And Dan has run away yet again. So again, on Arena 1, we are coming towards the end of the tournament for... Ooh, lovely little dive and roll there. It looks like they're just catching there. I must admit, his actual technique with the roll there is absolutely perfect. Leading with his shoulders, never actually contacting the ground with a flat, allowing himself to move very, very efficiently. I'm not really going to be able to hear it on the stream, but when he makes contact with the floor, that was silent. There was no stoppage there at all. That was a very nice roll. Again, with that roll, absolutely silent. He is hitting those dives perfectly. From a gymnastic point of view, that was flawless. Fantastic. So it looks like Pool A3 have just ended. So for a moment being, I'm going to leave you with a little bit of an advert as we get the final 5 games from Pool B3 ready for you. We'll be back very shortly. And we're back. That was a lovely short break there. So we're coming back into this with Hannah versus Andrew, I believe.
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Harry. Hannah versus Harry, yeah.
Not Andrew. I think I heard the next people being called up there and got stuck in my head there.
Yeah, there's a few technical issues with the Wi-Fi going down on the device over there. So Hannah again being very aggressive with the movement.
It is often the problem with schools. They're not great for Wi-Fi coverage.
Yeah, exactly.
Luckily, we're on a bonded router for the stream, so you should be getting all the action nice and live without any problem until I check the stream later and find out there's been a terrible problem.
We've not been displaying anything for the last half hour.
Luckily, we have recorded the entire thing, so if there is any issues, we are able to fix it later. But for now, we have Hannah with a 2-0 lead. Coming in very aggressive.
Really pushing Harry out of the arena there.
True, I think Hannah there is
really
just
owning that space.
Just raring to get the day done there, I think. End the duel nice and quickly. Don't give your opponent a chance to reply. So We are now on Alan and Andrew. There they are, in the centre of the screen. So preparing for the fourth to last duel of the day. Not sure where the ref is. Oh, there's the ref. Possibly finding that single toilet.
Quite possibly in the very short break he had available to him there.
As I say, they've been on their feet all day for 4.5 hours or so, I believe. I don't blame him needing to run off.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
So, both these players, to me, look like they've been playing for quite some time, or training for quite some time.
Again, yeah. So they've both been training for a while. I believe Alan's been training for a few, maybe a year or two longer than Andrew has. Alan being one of the Cheltenham, Bristol kind of area, and Andrew training in Birmingham. So Kit and Harry's final fight here.
I believe.
And we've got two more fights
two
after
more
this.
fights. Final fight for Kit and Harry.
Yeah. Misheard me.
I was going to say, I thought I was going home early then for a moment. Lovely play by both of them. Very reminiscent of fencing Saber.
Yeah, both of them very, very quick, trying to get the push. Harry more so with using that onslaught of strikes. Again, but with Kit that time, it was just showing how sometimes being slow and smooth is a bit more effective sometimes than being that quick and quick kind of
allowing your opponent to make that opening for you as opposed to forcing it.
Exactly.
The more attempted strikes, the more chance for someone to make a bit of a mistake.
Yeah.
You can.
But again, Harry's quite a young athlete as well. I believe he's under 16. So again, very promising. New blood coming into the sport again. I wish I'd found the sport at his age. That's for sure.
Oh no, I fully understand. I believe that's 1-1. I'm afraid.
1-1 draw indeed.
I put that at 2-2 at one point. That was my mistake. So the refs there just asking everyone to be a little bit quieter. I believe.
They don't mean us, so it's okay.
So just so everyone can hear what's being called for when people are being called for their own matches, or even when the athletes are competing, so they're not distracted.
Correct. And so they can hear things like the blades hitting and people declaring and what the referees are saying as well. Within their communication.
So we've just seen why it's very important to wear a cup.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure that advice has been heeded. Shall we? Let's have a little bit of a look at his face, see if we can tell what he's thinking.
I'm going to go on a limb here and say that may have been an "oh" though.
So this is a white card.
So white card for both of them. So white card towards Thomas for those strikes coming in a little bit hard, and white card for Alan for lack of Cora for himself by just charging straight in and therefore impaling himself.
Well, at least everyone can smile about it. Keep in high spirits. At least no ice packs needed today.
Final point of this here. Right. Very quick point
That
there.
was a very quick.
Alan clearly going, I need to get this done.
But it looks like we're
But
back.
it's been a new low. And Thomas responds back with another very quick strike in
Again,
return.
possibly Alan showing his hand in the first sorry, Uno? No, not Uno. The point just played before.
Yeah.
Showing his hand a little bit, allowing Thomas to get out.
Final duel now of this B3 and final duel of the day.
Which is Hannah versus
Alexander.
Alexander.
Starting off moving quite slow.
Hannah looking very confident though.
And Alex thought he saw a spot, went for it, but they both died.
Again, unfortunately, a case of possibly putting too much emphasis on the attack and not the defense there.
Yep. And again, really making it difficult for Alexander to do anything, really pushing him back, changing that height at the last minute to kind of cut that point. Officials are just deliberating.
So it looks like Hannah has been awarded the point, but has got a white card warning. So I think that was possibly for the line of the cut.
Yeah.
So again, a white card, pretty much being an advisory to say, watch out, you're doing something that we want to make sure that you're not.
Yeah, exactly.
Looks like a 1-0 win for Hannah there.
Yeah, and that brings us to the end of the pool stages on this here Saturday. So now everyone is going to potentially have a little bit of a break. I mean, we have to be out here in 40 minutes.
40 minutes.
But I imagine a lot of them have seen the pub on their horizon.
Oh, definitely.
And are going to be heading off for a nice porkside, nice social, big meal with everybody before going into tomorrow. But it looks like at this moment in time, the top 4 for style is going to be in reverse order. Cameron Wilson on 6.3, Dan Barlow on 6.314, so very, very close. Sam Grafton, 6.328, so still close there as well. And then Will Vaughan currently at the top on 6.4. So again, very close. Really good style coming through on this for the top, especially from the top 10. Athletes here with quite a few athletes being in that top 10 kind of position, all being above that 6.
So I think with such close scores there, we really could be seeing a case of picking very carefully what you want to eat and drink tonight
Exactly.
to make sure that you don't go start dropping down with that.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be coming tomorrow with a hangover, that's for sure. So it looks like we're going to have a very good kind of day tomorrow. This final phase that we're going to see is
the final phase for tomorrow. As we're
final
starting,
phases for tomorrow still being calculated and should be through in a few minutes or so.
You can say a few hours.
Yeah, hopefully not a few hours, that's
So,
for sure.
Will these be published for people to find online?
They can be afterwards, after the event for sure.
Of course. So you'll be able to track players' placements, see how people have done, and make sure that you are kept up to date with everything you know. So again, if you're following us from Shots On for the first time, have a look at LudoSport UK and some of the regional academies if you're interested in the sport, finding out more information. If you're watching from LudoSport, give us a subscribe. We like subscribes on the YouTube channel here. We're going to be back with you tomorrow for the knockout stage of the LudoSport UKARENA 2024. So come back to us. We'll be posting up a new link for the video for tomorrow because we have a slight technical issue this morning, which meant that the links have had to be changed. So keep an eye out on Shots On social media and Ludo UK's media, to make sure that you get the correct link to find for the finals tomorrow. We will see you very soon. I've been Sam Davis.
And I've been Daniel Salmons.
See you tomorrow.
Hello, I'm Sam from Shots On. Welcome to the LudoSport Manchester and